Hey guys, you are watching your anime world. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Deku saved future Gohan. Here is short summary. Izuku is on the battlefield between the latest of All for One's assassins. The man is hiding himself in a group of civilians as they make their way towards him in an attempt to knock him out and bring him to All for One himself. Only one of the civilians decide to save the boy from being taken to the man when they take him down, and he appears in a new world weary and tired. Future Gohan had knocked out his protege in an attempt to make sure the boy doesn't join his fight. He has been fighting the androids for multiple hours, and when he'd thought that he'd defeated them, they show their true power. Just as he's on death's door, a friendly face surprised both parties. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Izuku rushed through the city. He had been given word that another of All for One's closest assassins had been sent out to find him, if he is capable of taking this one down. He'd finally get some information about All for One's location and finally bring the villain to his knees and complete a fight that had started 200 years in the making. Flying across the skyline of the city, it rains hard as he can barely see 60 feet in front of himself as he pants heavily. The vestiges had informed him along this flight that if he continued like this any longer, he'd kill himself from overexerting himself just searching for a 200-year-old villain who didn't want to be found. Izuku had been at this for weeks, multiple in fact. Ever since All for One had escaped from Tartarus, he'd left Ua believing that the man would attack the place in a bid to get to him and make him give up one for all. Leaving the school was a blessing in disguise, since most of the civilians he'd led there didn't really want him there and would gladly send him to his death in the event that their own lives are saved. Woe is the life of a hero, he guesses, but he just arrived outside the location from where the assassin, based on if his information gathering is correct, was located. Staring down at the man from on a nearby building, Izuku found out the villain was one of the more dangerous ones he'd faced yet. One who was not afraid to use civilians as meat shields from his attacks if he wanted to make sure he survived any attacks from him, not like Izuku would outright kill him since he has a no-kill rule as a hero. Shaking his head from getting too ahead of himself, he touched down on the ground right in view of the villain, who smiled from behind their mask and spoke to him in a very smug attitude. So the successor of All Might has finally shown up. I have been waiting here for a while, I even brought some guests. The villain cackled, as a civilian screamed in fear. Don't let him kill us. We don't want to die. Please save us. They all cried as Izuku took a few steps before feeling himself tremble slightly. You've used up almost all of your strength, Ninth. You need to get out of there. Yoichi spoke in his head, a palm sensation being placed on Izuku's shoulder. I need to take this guy down, then I will take a break. Izuku muttered to himself. Moving forwards, Izuku rushed towards the villain as he used his quirk in a bid to protect himself. Izuku paused very briefly in order to stop himself from attacking a civilian before he heard the villain cackling as he spoke. Use your quirks to bring me his body. Master All for One will love to see how I managed to kill the current user of One for All. The villain said, madly cackling. As soon as each and every civilian converged on Izuku's location, the boy was pushed to the ground. Each and every civilian taking off his costume piece by unbearable piece. He heard explosions in the distance, thinking that another villain was attacking the city, but that was when a strange feeling overtook his entire mind, causing him to widen them in surprise as he looked at a civilian who was looking at him in guilt. This is for your own good, kid. My quirk allows me to transport people to other dimensions. I'm not sure if you'll be capable of coming back, however. The civilian said, as Izuku felt his entire form suddenly squish itself into a tiny ball and completely disappear. Just moments after Izuku had completely disappeared from the world, an explosion appeared above the villain who had captured Izuku. And the person was revealed to be Bakugo as he glared at all the civilians who held onto a singular item, the tracker that was on Deku's phone. Deku was gone, and he had no idea what happened to him. In another world, the one Izuku was coming towards and being formed in. A man stood next to a younger boy, who appeared to be at least half his height. The man was missing his left arm, had a scar on the right side of his face extending from his forehead down his right eye and close to his chin. His hair was jet black in color, the same with his eyes, and wore a GI that was orange in color with a blue sash belt, and blue wrist bands, and also had blue and black boots. He overlooked the city that was currently under attack, and he powered up in an emotional rage. "Ha!" he yelled, as his hair turned yellow and eyes a teal color. He also had a yellow aura moving around him as though they were flames. "Gohan, let me come help you fight. I'm stronger than last time," the smaller boy said, looking up at the man, whose name was Gohan. "Not a chance, Trunks, you're too weak to take the androids on. I need you to get to Bulma and have her evacuate Capsule Corporation, the androids are too close to West City," Gohan said, as he looked at the city. "You plan on fighting them, right? What do you think you can do with only one arm? That's suicide," Trunks said, as he looked at his mentor extremely worried. "Trunks, you know as well as I do that you're not ready to help me in this fight. If you stay, you will only be in my way," Gohan said, as he prepared to leave. "I can help you, Gohan. You can't just go out there on your own, you'll get yourself killed," Trunks said, rushing to keep up with the man. "I'm sorry, Trunks, but it has to be this way," Gohan said, as he pulled the boy into an impromptu hug. "What are you?" Trunks went to ask before a piercing pain hit him in the neck. The boy stared at his mentor in shock before passing out on the spot, his mentor catching his unconscious form and laying it down softly on the dirt. The man growled to himself as he glared at the city, explosions going off in the distance to show that things were getting worse and worse. Not to mention the fact that the longer he waited, the higher the chances that more people were going to die if he didn't step in and allow them time to escape. "If I remember correctly, this is Ginger Town. I'm sorry, Trunks, but you're just not ready to fight them right now. I'm at fault for not training you well enough to where you could fight them without my presence. And as a master, I failed you, this is my final lesson. Keep yourself safe, you are this world's last hope," Gohan said, before taking off. Unknown to Gohan, a few tears fell down Trunks' face as Gohan said those final words. In the city, the two androids in question were sitting on some destroyed rubble of nearby buildings they'd destroyed. A woman with blonde hair with blue eyes was looking in front of herself at her brother with nothing but boredom in her expression. The young man was standing on a higher piece of rubble blasting some poor humans to smithereens as he made a game out of it. He couldn't help but laugh at all the screams of agony the pitiful humans gave when his blasts pierced them. He looked back at his sister with a smirk on his face that was growing tired. "You know what, I'm bored," the android said, with a sigh. "You are bored," the feminine android said, lifting an arm. "Yeah, I'm bored of this whole destroyer of world shtick, you know," the android said, before blasting another human as a Wilhelm scream was heard in the distance. "Okay, weren't you the one who wanted to kill all these humans?" the female android asked. "Yeah, but that was to bring out Blondie and his little protege. I like fighting them, they're like something we can have fun with, like a pet," the young man said, as he shook his head. "Well, since Blondie isn't coming, we should probably hit another place." "Which city is close by?" the female asked. "Last time I checked a sign, was West City. But nah, I'd rather go to a different city," the young android replied before the sound of whistling air was heard by the two of them. "What the young android asked, before he was kicked in the face. As he was launched into a nearby building that was somehow still intact, he smashed into the top of it and fell down each and every flight. With some comedic words towards the person who did it to him. "You goddamn cheap son of a bitch," the young man called out angrily. "Ha ha ha, he slapped your shit," the female android laughed as she held her stomach. On the rubble that the previous android was on, Gohan landed. His face was that of a neutral scowl, and he was glaring at both androids as the woman moved back towards her brother who had come out with ripped clothing and his facial expression wasn't a nice one. "You know what? That's it. I'm killing every last human. Every one," Android 17 said, as his black hair waved in the wind. "None of you are leaving here alive. I'm stronger than I was before. And now I'm here to put you both in your place and dismantle you heartless androids." Gohan screamed out as his aura flared out. Man, you lost some weight. I'm pretty sure that it's what, 5 to 10 pounds. I don't know, how much does an arm weigh? Android 18 asked, her blonde hair waving in the wind as well. Gotta hand it to ya, pal. You got guts coming at us asymmetrical and everything. But there is one thing that you are forgetting. 4 hands are better than 1. 17 said, as both he and 18 entered a combat stance. You may be teaming up against me, but there is one thing that I will not let go unaccounted for. Not one death will go unaccounted for, not one. Gohan yelled, as he flared his aura out farther than before. And with that stated, all 3 fighters jumped into the air, moving faster than the human eye could perceive. Gohan flew high into the air as he rushed at 17 and kicked him in the face before being tackled into another building by 18. He grappled with her before grabbing her face with his remaining arm and threw her at 17 as he sent a blast towards them, forcing the siblings to dodge out of the way. As the building crumbled around him, Gohan used this chance to rush at the two as they were flying around the building as he sent a punch into 17's face, this time causing him to be stunned before grabbing 18's ankle and pulling her down into another building. He switched targets as he sent a key blast at 17, who created an energy barrier that Gohan had flown past and broke through with sheer physical might. Grabbing the young man and pulling him in to headbutt him before kicking him down to the ground as he sent a few more key blasts to make him slam into it that much harder. With that done, he looked over at 18, who had come out of the rubble, and sent a multitude of swift strikes at him as he dodged to the right and left before being kneed in the gut as 17 attacked, this time smashing him in the face with his own fist. 18 then kicked him in the gut again as 17 slammed both of his fists into Gohan's back as he slammed through multiple fallen over buildings. He dodged out of the rubble from a few key blasts that the androids threw at him as he created a ball of energy in his hand. Waiting until they were close enough, he threw it on the ground, giving him enough thrust to fly through the air as the two followed after him. They came on both sides of him as they created 2 new attacks. 17 created 2 large key balls, as 18 sent a flurry of pink energy blasts that were in quick succession flying towards him. Pulling his right arm into his chest, Gohan let out a quiet voice of an energy shield as he was surrounded by a teal energy protecting him from any damage. Of course, he was tackled out of it this time as he was pushed through multiple buildings. Once he fell out of the next one, he grabbed the face of 17 and dragged it through the many condos' balconies as they fell towards the ground as the android's face was smashed in. By the time Gohan neared the ground, he kicked 17 away from him as he blocked a hit from 18 as she sent a kick towards him that he blocked with his own before quite literally punching the woman in the throat, causing her to cough out in pain. He then grabbed her by the arm and spun around in the air before letting her go flying into her brother as they flew through multiple other buildings. He didn't give them enough time to retaliate as he appeared above the two as they struggled to stand back up. 17 was crouched as 18 was laying on her back as they noticed Gohan floating in the air, his aura flaring higher and higher in the sky as a yellow energy was glowing from his hand in front of his forehead. The clouds were coming in hard now as dark ones took over the sky. Gohan's face showed pure anger and hatred as the glow over his face increased in its intensity. As he pointed the hand out towards the 2 downed androids, he let out a massive scream as the blast careened through the sky towards the 2. The last thing the 2 saw was a large beam of energy in front of themselves before their surroundings were engulfed in a massive explosion that rocked the entire planet. And high in the sky, Gohan was seen panting heavily as he looked down at the destroyed remains of the city that had once been named Ginger Town. Looking up at the sky, Gohan felt as though he could use this time to escape as the civilians in the city surely managed to escape in the ensuing chaos of his fight with the 2 androids. But he knew better. There had to be at least a few more civilians in the city as he lowered himself to the ground, if this was going to be how he died. He'd make damn sure that he secured the kill on both androids. Floating down from the sky, he landed on the ground crouching as he left Super Saiyan. He breathed in some much-needed air into his lungs as he glared at the arms sticking out of the rubble, his black-colored eyes taking in their unmoving forms as close as possible before he heard one of them speak. "Whoops, Psyche," 17 said, as he hauled himself out of the rubble. "NGH," Gohan grunted as he looked at them in shock and anger. "Ha ha 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 ha." 18 laughed as she got up out of the rubble with her brother. Gohan just glared at the two, transforming back into Super Saiyan. Whatever remnants of his power he could use of it. And as he glared at the two in a knowing expression that this is not going to end how he thought it would, he made peace with the fact that he'd provide the perfect distraction for the civilians to escape from the city in the wake of his death. As if to make matters worse, rain began to fall as if to all but demand that his demise was incoming, something that Gohan was really having trouble wishing wasn't a reality at the moment. He had to save all the energy he had for one last move that could make or break this ending fight against the androids. He had a very minuscule amount, but damn it, he really wanted them dead. I feel awful for having to disappoint you like this, but we've only been fighting at half our full power, 17 said, as Gohan's facial expression hardened. Ha ha, you're not going anywhere, Gohan. Kill him, full power, 18 said, as both she and 17 entered a combat stance. Gohan stared at the two in anticipation as the two moved behind one another. And faster than even he could predict in the moment, they rushed him and, in a bid to get the stronger of the two out of the fight, he sped up and tried to kick 17 in the face and get him out of the fight. It was given with mixed results. 17 was kicked, but he didn't even move a muscle as 18 had punched him in the face, sending him skidding back before she kicked him into the air. Now it was time for the androids to play around with Gohan as they tossed him around the air as if he were a pinball inside of a pinball machine. Eventually, however, they had kicked him through multiple buildings as he landed on the ground and was dragged through it. Once he got back up in order to fight the two with his dwindling energy, 17 came in and punched him extremely hard in the gut, forcing him to bend over in pain as he coughed up spittle. 18 then came up behind him as she used a backhanded strike to send him ragdolling across the street, and before he could even hit another building, 17 kicked him high into the air as the two began a sadistic dance. Come on, you've gotta have more than that, 17 taunted as Gohan rushed towards him. Gohan sent a one-armed strike at 17, who deftly dodged it without trouble as he sent two counters at him. One caused him to stumble backwards in the air before the last one. A kick to his chin sent him reeling backwards as he moved back to get away from him. Ha ha ha, so the fun's over, isn't it? 18 asked, an evil smirk on her face. You said you were gonna defeat us, right? Come on, 17 taunted Gohan again as the young man did his best to stay away from the two. As soon as 17 said this, Gohan went to attack the android before 18 came up behind him, slamming her fist into his back, sending him blasting past 17, and then she kicked him upwards as he stopped himself from flying further out, red electricity holding him still. Gah, NRRGH. Gohan grunted in excruciating pain. As he tried to collect his breath as well as regain some stamina, he watched as the two androids suddenly appeared in the air just a few meters away from him. They flew around in the air as 18 rushed towards him, sending a palm into Gohan's face as it sent him flying backwards that he was barely able to stop himself from flying away further. Then 18 and 17 did a mid-air maneuver that caused them both to spin in a small circle in the air before launching themselves at Gohan. 18 slammed a kick into Gohan's sternum, before 17 had kicked Gohan in the face, which was followed by a punch to Gohan's chest as the two finally sent out a mixture of punches and kicks all over Gohan's torso, blasting him through a building. They then appeared in front of him, this time as he floated up in the sky as he breathed heavily. He was out of strength to fight, and he knew that his time was up for protecting the civilians, and that was when he heard it, 18 beginning to speak. I think we should just put him out of his misery, 17. She said, as she floated across from Gohan. HMPH. Okay, show's over, I guess. He stated, surprisingly neutral about it. Even if you beat me, someone else will rise to the surface and take my place. To dismantle you heartless androids. Gohan yelled, although coughing through half of it. And as soon as that interaction was complete, 18 disappeared from Gohan's sight. She reappeared behind him as a ki blast was charged in her right hand as she blasted Gohan in the back. He fell down from the sky at high speeds, crashing through multiple balconies before he slammed into the ground, a massive crater forming from his body, hitting the ground harder than anything he'd done to the androids himself. As he laid on his back, he breathed in softly as he began to believe that this is where he'd die, alone in a city where the civilians had been able to use his death in order to escape. A small smile appeared on his face as he propped himself up and prepared himself for one last-ditch effort of an attack that had to be used at the right time. Both androids appeared high above him as he struggled to hold himself up with a singular arm as he sat upright but not standing. The two androids prepared a multitude of blasts in their hands as they stared down at the defeated warrior that they'd taken on at the same time, and without waiting any longer, began their barrage of blasts. Time seemed to move in slow motion as they fell from the sky and made their way to Gohan as he sat still, waiting for the right moment. And when the blasts were at their peak, Gohan began to transform as yellow sparks of electricity sparked around his body before he transformed, pulling his arm back as a swirl of blue energy formed in his right palm. His teal eye glared at them through their attack, surprising them from the animosity and bloodlust coming from the young man as he spoke out loud. "Ka, me, ha, me, ngh. Gohan called out, as a blue energy formed in his hand as it glowed ominously behind him. "Ha!" he screamed out as he blasted a Kamehameha right at the androids. The power from the blast coming out of nowhere and smashing right into the androids' multitude of blasts caused a beam struggle to happen. Gohan pushed as hard as he could at the moment as he thought about everything in his life that led up to this moment. His beam pushed up and nearly reached the androids before their volley of blasts had pushed his back down. But it was moved up slightly before pushed down once more as it stayed in the middle of the air as both sides pushed hard. Gohan let out a grunt of effort as his entire body trembled from the amount of pain he was undergoing from launching a Kamehameha from a seated position. Both androids, however, didn't care about the young man as they pushed that much harder, overpowering his beam. Slowly but surely their multitude of blasts began to push Gohan's energy down as the young man grunted in effort to try and keep it away from himself. His body was pushed down to the ground as he tried to push as hard as he could. "You can do it, Gohan. I believe in you, kid." Two voices came out in his head. Gohan was deeply confused by the voices, as they sounded familiar to him somehow. Shaking his head, he pushed that much harder since whoever these two voices were, they believed in him, and as he pushed as much as his body could allow and then something amazing happened. He managed to push the blasts back. Even if they were pushed back to the middle of the air again, he'd managed to overpower the androids just enough to cause a neutral battle to begin. And as he did his best to push them back, when he needed his energy the most, it flickered out. His Super Saiyan form fading away as his energy was replaced with his diminished energy of his base form as his Kamehameha was overpowered instantly as the blasts broke his beam instantly and the blasts moved about his form. He let out a scream of anguish and pain as the blasts pierced through his body, creating a large explosion around himself. "Og!" Gohan screamed as the beams began to pierce his body. "Trunks, you have to survive. You're our last hope," Gohan thought, before feeling something wrapping around his body. Watching the fight from afar was a beaten and bruised Izuku. He looked at the beams of energy as they were blasting one another. He noticed the yellow energy begin to taper out as he immediately rushed in order to help the person there. The yellow energy that he'd seen was a good guy from what he could tell, and these androids were not good people, so as he rushed with Float and OFA to get to the man and save him. He watched as the multitude of blasts had begun to destroy the area around the man as Izuku heard the scream of agony and pain, and once he was close enough, he pulled out Black Whip and thrusted it out towards the explosion. He didn't know if it'd work, but damn it, he'd make sure that he'd save the guy from dying at any cost. As he watched the Black Whip enter the explosion, he was happy when he watched it not be destroyed, but it moved past each and every blast. It wrapped around the man and Izuku managed to yank him out of the explosion, and as the androids continued to blast the one spot, Izuku used Float in order to fly both himself as well as the man away from their current position in the city. He knew that if he and the man were spotted, they'd be immediately targeted for termination and killed on the spot. Even he knew that he'd be completely useless against them in a fight as he was now. And as he flew away, Izuku decided to try and do something he'd thought would only work in movies and anime. He placed a hand on the taller man's body and tried to push something into him, key energy or whatever it was called in those old shows, and a small green aura surrounded his form and the man's as they flew towards a nearby cliff. Chapter text. Izuku felt his entire body shrink in on itself before suddenly disappearing from the world he had been trying to protect. He had no idea what was happening, but as soon as he felt his body reappearing in a different place, his exhaustion had caught up with him enough to where, by the time he landed on the ground, he'd passed out. Whilst he was out cold, he felt himself be pulled into the vestige world of One for All as he found himself surrounded on all sides by the previous users of One for All as they looked over his exhausted form. They looked at one another, their voices nothing more than muffled noise in the background as he tried his best to lay on the ground to at least catch his breath. For the last time, Yoichi, we need to figure out where we are. We can't afford to have our guards lowered. A familiar voice rang out. Second, I know that you would rather Ninth to be on guard at all times, but he needs to rest. Yoichi's voice replied in a just as angered shout. Yoichi, we know that you care for Ninth, but he can't afford to be unconscious at this point in time. We don't know where we landed after that civilian took us away from Musudafu. Third said, as he angrily glared at the others who were standing in front of Izuku's prone form. Sorry Third, but we're not letting you get anywhere near the boy. He needs to catch up on some Z's so that he can be fully prepared to fight when he wakes up. Daigoro growled as he glared at Third and Second. You don't get it. We don't know where we are. For all we know, Ninth could have appeared in an area within All for One's control. He could be experimenting on Ninth right now. Second yelled, before a small voice called out from behind everyone. Guys, as much as I would appreciate some rest, I'd like to know where we are. Izuku called out, causing everyone to look back at him. Izuku, you can't do that. You were barely capable of standing without Blackwhip to assist you. You need to get some rest, Nana said, as she looked at him with a worried expression. Nana-san, I know that you want me to stay out of fights for right now. And that is what I will do, but I want to at least know where I am right now. Izuku said, looking at her with a pleading expression. Okay, but I will make sure you are unconscious and resting by the time you get out of wherever you are at. Nana said, as Izuku nodded. Once Izuku felt the world of One for All slowly fading behind himself, in the physical world his body trembled slightly from the rain falling on him. Shaking his head as he stared out at the sky, he shivered from the cold rain as he shook his body before using Blackwhip to assist him even more with getting up from the ground. As he took in his surroundings, he found himself in a ruined cityscape, very similar to Musudafu from all the attacks that villains had done to it in the past. But there was a massive flaw with this cityscape that Izuku took note of over his world's city. This world's cityscape had been vastly different from his own as the buildings looked as though they had once been far more advanced than that of his own worlds. He began to think that this place he was in was far more advanced in technology than his own home and came to the conclusion that he was now in an opposite world or dimension to his own. That was when the world decided to have an explosion take place not too far away from his positioning as he turned around to find a massive explosion taking place a bit down the road from the building he stood on. Jumping from rooftop to rooftop, he rushed as fast as he could to see if he could assist anyone who needed help. But what he saw shocked him greatly. A man wearing an orange GI was floating in the air, his hair yellowish-white in color as a fiery aura slowly disappeared from the sides of his body before he began to lower himself to the ground. Izuku had no clue who this was, but he knew for a fact that he had to be a hero, because heroes wear costumes that make them extremely recognizable. And as he pushed forward through the falling rain, he landed on a nearby building to watch what was happening between the blonde and the rubble not too far from where he was landing. He watched in awe as the blonde-haired man had suddenly lost the blonde hair with a small amount of his aura leaving with it. All that remained was a black-haired man who appeared to be quite literally running on fumes for his energy stockpile as Izuku stayed hidden. He knew from experience that it was better to stay hidden to make sure he gets the situation better than just rushing in without a plan of attack, and as he watched from afar, he listened in on a conversation that was bound to happen. Whoops, Psyche. A young man's voice rang out from the rubble. NGH. The black-haired man grunted in shock as the two bodies came out of the rubble. Ha 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 ha, the feminine person said, as they pushed their hair behind her ear. Izuku watched as the man who was apparently fighting the two people go back into his blonde-haired form. And the young man was prepared to enter the fight to assist the two younger-looking people before danger sense kicked in very much towards the two people who stood across from the orange GI-wearing man. I feel awful for having to disappoint you like this, but we've only been fighting at half our full power. The black straight-haired young man said, with a smirk. You're not going anywhere, Gohan. Kill him, full power. The woman said, as the two entered a combat stance. As Izuku prepared to enter the fight, he was stopped when the man across from the two had glared even harder, a bloodlust coming from him that made the hero killer stains look like it was child's play. The glare he gave the two androids showed that if he had the power, he could wipe them out if he so pleased, but just couldn't stand up to them alone, and that is when Izuku watched as the two people rushed at the man. His heroic nature tried to kick in at the moment, but that was when Izuku watched as all three fighters disappeared from his view. He was bewildered for the moment as to how they were capable of moving so fast that he couldn't even see them. But that was when he looked up into the air and found the trio fighting even more, although the orange gi-wearing man was definitely losing the fight as he failed multiple attacks and dodges if him being tossed around like a rag doll was the end result. Shaking his head, Izuku waited for the perfect moment to strike as he could only watch on as the orange gi-wearing man was quite literally beaten all over the city and blasted through buildings before they sent multiple strikes to his body that blasted him back over the building he was hiding on. Jumping from the building and utilizing Black Whip in an attempt to get to a farther away building, Izuku managed to evade these two's sight. He watched with bated breath as he overheard the talk between the two people as he couldn't hear them earlier. I think we should just put him out of his misery. 17. The woman with blonde hair said, as she pushed her hair behind her ear again. HMPH. Okay, show's over, I guess. The straight black-haired young man said, as the girl suddenly disappeared. Izuku didn't hear what the orange gi-wearing man said, but it was important as the woman appeared behind him with a strange-looking ball of energy coming from her hand. It then was used against the orange gi-wearing man's back as he fell through multiple balconies of the building he'd inhabited before he left. Wincing every time the young man had slammed through a balcony, Izuku watched on in horror as the man slammed into the ground, creating a small dust cloud before it was revealed that he was out of his blonde form. Not only that, but he was seemingly way worse than before as his entire body trembled in both seemingly pain and agony as he struggled to sit upright as the two people appeared high above him. That was when Izuku immediately jumped down to the ground and rushed over to where the man was. He believed the guy's name was Gohan, and as soon as he hid behind a wall of a building, he waited for the right moment to save him, and he knew that he'd only have one chance to get it right. As the two began to blast Gohan from the air, Izuku watched as the young man immediately transformed back into his blonde form again, but this time, he heard something that gave him goosebumps. Ha! Me! Ha! Me! Ha! Gohan screamed, although from his voice Izuku could easily tell the man was on the verge of passing out from exhaustion. Izuku watched the display of power between the two people and Gohan and was very impressed that the man still had enough energy to enter that kind of struggle. But it wasn't going to work for long as the two people put more effort into their attack, forcing the blast down very slowly. As it got closer, Izuku immediately began to think that the man would be engulfed in an explosion, but he surprised the boy as he pushed even harder after seemingly mumbling to himself about something or someone. But that gave the man enough power to blast back at the two people in the air with even more power than before, and it lasted for all but a few more seconds as the power soon gave out and the two in the air overpowered Gohan. Izuku chose now to begin forming Black Whip as a large explosion happened before hearing the man, Gohan, scream in complete agony. He thrusted his arm out with Black Whip immediately blasting into the explosion and dodging multiple key blasts before wrapping itself around the man, and Izuku yanked as hard as he could. As he brought the man out of the explosion, he was already unconscious as Izuku placed the man on his back and moved through the destroyed city streets in his attempt to escape from the city. As Izuku moved through the streets, Izuku decided to try and use a move that he didn't think would work. But he placed his palm against the man's head and mentally visualized pushing some of his already depleted energy into the man to keep him alive, since he'd noticed the man going in and out of consciousness. Once the man stabilized, Izuku managed to hide in a nearby building as he watched the two look around the clearing of their attack. "Do you think we got him this time?" the woman asked. "I think we did," he screamed in agony, "like most of the others we killed." The young man said. "All right, 17. Let's get out of here then." Now that Blondie is dead, we can play with his little protege. The woman said, as 17 the young man replied back at her. You know, I just don't understand why those fools even try to fight us. We're more powerful than they are anyway. The young man said, as he left with the girl. Izuku let out a breath of air he didn't know he held in, and as he left the building, he made sure to look in all directions. Using danger sense to search for anyone who had any ill intent towards him and the man he carried, he rushed out of the city as the smoke flew into the sky, remnants of a fight that was hard fought, and lost. By the time Izuku managed to get outside of the city, Izuku took note of something flying towards it and decided to point a finger to the sky and shoot a wave of displaced air towards it. He knew that the two people left the city, but he'd rather not risk someone else going there and getting themselves killed over something that was probably a very horrible idea. He watched as the person flying in the air dodged his attack, although Izuku wasn't even aiming for the person. He watched as they flew down towards him with confusion writ on their face as Izuku stopped moving and positioned the man he held behind himself. Who are you, and why did you attack me? The young man asked, looking at Izuku. Who am I? Why are you trying to enter that battlefield? Izuku asked, concerned. Why I'm going there doesn't matter, who are you? The boy said, as he pointed at Izuku. My name is Midoriya Izuku. I'm not sure if I belong here, but can you take me and this guy over to someone who can help him? Izuku asked, pulling the man he'd saved from certain death. Gohan. The young man yelled as he rushed over to the black whip cocoon Izuku'd made for the man. Careful, he is literally on death's door at the moment. Izuku said, as the boy nodded. Can you fly? It won't take long to get to where my mom lives, she can help. The boy said, as Izuku nodded. Then let's go. We need to make sure that Gohan survives. The boy said, lifting up into the air and flying away. Izuku didn't need to be told twice as he held Black Whip on the cocoon as hard as he could before using float to fly after the boy. Izuku watched as the young man was flying slower now in order to allow Izuku to catch up, who even with his exhausted state was barely able to keep up with the kid. Shaking his head as black spots entered his vision, Izuku kept his eyes forward as he found a destroyed and decaying cityscape coming up in view as the boy called out to him that it was his home. Flying down towards the ground to prevent themselves from being found by the two people that Izuku saw, they moved through the streets with caution. And that was when they arrived at a big building with a large C on the front of it. As soon as Izuku landed in front of the building, he used Black Whip to come out of his arms and legs in order to keep himself upright. The boy with him didn't notice this as they moved through the halls and entered a massive workshop as a woman with blue hair and eyes was drinking some coffee before taking note of the trio. She stared at Izuku for a moment before taking note of the cocoon on his back as she rushed to them as Izuku heard the boy shout at her. Mom, Gohan needs our help, the boy said, as the woman rushed over to Izuku. Is he all right? She asked, as Izuku undid his cocoon. I saved him at the last second. He was being exploded by the two people in the air, Izuku said, as the woman took note of his words. Who are you? She asked worriedly. I'm Midoriya Izuku, I'm from Japan. But I have a bad feeling that Japan isn't a place here, isn't it? Izuku said, as the woman nodded. Yeah, we're on the same planet, but there's no country named Japan here. Our government is controlled by a dog, who was killed when the androids arrived. I need to get Gohan into surgery though, the woman said, as Izuku nodded. Once the woman left the room with a heavily damaged Gohan being helped around the place and onto a cot, Izuku took this time to move over near a wall. And as though the world wanted to give him a break, or not, the boy from earlier moved over to him with a curious glint in his eyes. So are you a Saiyan too? He asked, as Izuku stared at him in confusion. What in the world is a Saiyan? Izuku asked, as the boy looked at him oddly. A Saiyan is an alien warrior race that fights others to get stronger. Although me and Gohan, he's the guy you saved by the way, are half Saiyans, we can still get stronger after every time we come back from near death. I thought that you'd be a Saiyan too, the young man said, as Izuku shook his head. Sorry, but I'm a pure-blooded human, Izuku said, as he revealed his Black Whip quirk. Although I'm pretty sure that this world doesn't have quirks, Izuku muttered as the boy shook his head. Sorry about that, dude, but this place doesn't have quirks. The only quirks we have is our personalities," he said, with a prideful smirk on his face. "Gee, good, because I'm gonna pass out," Izuku said, confusing the boy. "What are you?" the boy went to ask as Izuku slumped to the ground. "Shit," the boy called out as his mother entered the room again. "Trunks, what's wrong?" the woman called out. "Oh my god," she called out as she rushed over to Izuku's unconscious form. "Mom, what happened to him? He was perfectly fine earlier," Trunks called out. It was a few hours later that Izuku woke up on a bed with bandages all over his body. Looking over at the purple-haired young man who sat in a seat at a desk nearby, Izuku used Black Whip in order to get his attention over at him as he looked at the appendage with curiosity. By the time he'd looked over his shoulder, he found Izuku wide awake and rushed out of the room to get his mother, and as the young man waited for the boy to return, Izuku had been left to his thoughts. He had no idea how to get back home. Not only that, but he had no clue as to where he was. From what the woman told him earlier, she had stated the world he was on was called Earth as well, so he was still on Earth. But that was then circumvented when she'd told him that the world government listened to a dog of all things. Not like his world was one to talk. Before quirks, there had been a cat who had been the mayor of a town in Alaska who had survived multiple assassinations from BB guns, dogs, and a deep fryer. So if having a dog be in charge of the entire world government was surprised him the most, since he shook his head at the thought of a dog being in charge of the world. As he laid on the bed, he was about to begin muttering to himself about the applications of the abilities the boy had before they arrived at this place. The door to the room opened up as the woman from before entered. "You gave us quite the scare back there, kiddo, so want to tell me what that was all about?" she asked, looking at him. "I was already exhausted to the point that I was about to pass out," Izuku said, as the woman nodded. "You got that right, pal. You had multiple microfractures in your bones all over the place. It was as though you'd came here after some big fight between you and some kind of bad guy," she said, as Izuku looked away. "Not only that, but from how your vitals were when you were out cold, it seemed as though you had entered a comatose state. How long had you been fighting? You can't be any more than around 16-17 years old?" the woman asked. "I'm 16, Izuku said, as the woman shook her head. "Can you tell me what you were doing before appearing in our world and saving Gohan from certain death?" she asked. "I was looking for a villain in my world. He is the one person who is strong enough to make the #1 hero in my world tremble in slight fear," Izuku said, as the woman stared at him. "Your world still has heroes?" she asked, bewildered. "Well, the people lost hope in heroes after a large battle took place in Jakku. But that was because of some information coming out about the #2 hero of Japan," Izuku said, as he sat upright, cringing at the soreness of his back. "Careful, bud. You just woke up from what was only a few hours of a nap. You need to get as much rest as possible if you think you are going to fight again," the woman said. "What happened to this world? Did something bad happen?" Izuku asked, as the woman nodded. "About 13 years ago, we suffered the loss of a good friend. His name was Goku. He was one of the most powerful people on the planet. But he died because of a stupid heart virus that had taken over his body. It killed him 6 months before the androids showed up." The woman growled as she balled her fists up. "Do you think I can help with any of that? I was one of the strongest people in my world as well," Izuku said, as the woman gained a surprised expression before rushing off. Izuku waited for her to return back to the room, and as he sat at the edge of the bed, he noticed through a mirror that his shirt was off. Looking over the countless years of scars that were on his chest, arms, and lower abdomen caused him to cringe slightly. When the woman returned back into the room, she had a weird device that she'd placed over her left eye as she clicked a button, as well as tossing him a shirt to cover himself with. Putting it on, he heard some slight beeping as the device whirred to life as the woman pushed the button again to begin to look him over. Some weird numbers appeared in front of the woman's blue eye as her expression widened in surprise as well as complete hope being written on her features. "I don't know who you are, but you might be able to help us after all," the woman said, revealing what the numbers related to. "What does this say?" Izuku asked, looking confused. This is a scouter. We scavenged it from a Saiyan about 25 years ago when they first came here. And I reprogrammed it to be capable of checking the power levels of those around here, and I just checked yours. The woman said, as Izuku nodded. Midoriya Izuku, power level 6,595,728. Chapter text. Time had passed since Izuku recovered from all the damage he'd taken on literally weeks of fighting. He had been slowly recovering from his latest fight against the assassin he'd fought against in his world before coming to this one, and he was relatively happier that he'd finally found some people who didn't really want him gone. In fact, they'd much rather he sticks around to assist them in their fight against the androids 17 and 18, and during the month of recovery Izuku got the gist of what happened in this world. Apparently, a survivor of the Red Ribbon Army, Dr. Gero, had managed to create androids capable of killing Super Saiyans and had initially sent them out to kill Goku. But when they were activated, they had turned on their creator and killed him before laying waste to the planet through the merciless killings of innocents. Izuku had also learned that one of their fighters, a Namekian who was named Piccolo, had been once fused with the planet's guardian, who was named aptly Kami, was the other half to the said person named Kami. But when one of them dies, the magical wish-granting orbs that allowed them to make a wish that would most assuredly come true, would become inert once one of them either died or fused into the other. And hearing how Piccolo was the final fighter who'd lasted as long as he did against them as Gohan did, was surprising, but what was really surprising was that Izuku had heard that when the man had been moving towards Kami's lookout in order to fuse with him, he'd been killed. Gohan had been traveling with the Namekian at the time, and the Namekian had gave the boy enough time to get to the lookout in order to get some sensu beans from the inhabitants of Korin's tower. After that, it was just Gohan surviving each and every fight against the androids until today, where he was probably going to die had it not been for Izuku appearing and indirectly saving the mentor's life. Izuku felt slightly worried that he'd done something that would forever change what could have happened, since he'd interfered with a fight and let out a breath of air when Bulma, the woman he'd met, told him that he'd just saved the planet's second-to-last hope. So with that information, as he waited for Gohan to heal up from his very extreme injuries, he'd trained with Trunks, as the young man had managed to provide him with the perfect training partner to master his quirk to its fullest extent. It was during one of the training sessions between him and Trunks that Izuku had thought of revealing the nature of his quirk to them, since he really wanted to make sure that One for All didn't fall into the wrong hands. And seeing how kind these people were, he knew that they'd be perfect for helping One for All grow in even more power should he die at some point. As of right now, however, Izuku and Trunks stood across from one another in a training room within Capsule Corporation. Trunks had been in a combat pose as Izuku had entered a slumped pose, as well as his arms were spread out before having Black Whip slowly fall down his arms, forming a small kind of barrier around himself. The two disappeared in a speed unseen by Bulma as the woman was recording the fight for future reference, as the two appeared in the air, clashing in the upper part of the room with a small gust of wind being projected from their clash. As they moved across the room, multiple flashes of ki and green electricity blasted across the room. Izuku sent a kick towards Trunks as the young man blocked with his arm as he thrusted his arm at the boy's face, and was greatly surprised as Izuku bent his back at 90 degrees in order to dodge it. Then, in a display of acrobatics, the boy placed his hands on the ground before spinning his body around, doing the impression of a spinning top as he sent multiple kicks at Trunks, who'd barely managed to block with a cross guard from his arms. Izuku then leapt into the air with his arm strength alone as he spins around with pulling his left arm back as wind pressure had been pulled into Izuku's palm, as Trunks immediately threw a ki blast at Izuku. Manchester Smash! Izuku called out, the air pressure blasting towards the small ki blast. What happened next for Bulma was amazing for her eyes to bear witness. The air pressure had completely broken apart Trunks' ki blast and smacked him right in the face. Her son was sent reeling as he then immediately powered up to his maximum and sped towards Izuku, who had only seemingly used his reflexes as well as quirk to assist him in fighting back. He dodged Trunks' attacks at the last moment before he countered with a punch or kick to the boy's torso or face as the boy just tanked through them. All before Trunks grabbed Izuku by the back of his neck and prepared to pull him into a headbutt before Izuku used Black Whip in order to cover his entire body and torso and squeezing tight. Trunks was completely surprised by this usage of the boy's power. He struggled to get out of the black whip as he moved his body as hard and fast as possible in an attempt to escape from their bindings and was flabbergasted by how they were completely taught against him. He looked up at Izuku for an explanation as the boy smiled sheepishly as Bulma had called the spar off for the afternoon whilst she went to record her findings about Izuku's own power and how it reacted. "What was that move you just did? I couldn't even break free from it," Trunks asked, curious. "That was my secondary quirk. Black Whip. It allows me to use them as tethers or capture tape in my world," Izuku said, as he pulled out Black Whip. "This looks like one of those super condensed key blades that I've seen Gohan use in the past," Trunks said, as Izuku shook his head. "Black Whip is a quirk that is centered around energy, but it requires me to be angry to utilize it to the best of its abilities," Izuku said, as Trunks thought about it. "That sounds similar to Super Saiyan," Trunks said, as Izuku looked at him confused. "What do you mean by that?" Izuku asked, a little concerned. "Super Saiyan, from what Gohan told me, has the user become 50 times stronger after experiencing an extreme pain of loss. Not only that, but it appears as though it is powered through the anger that the user holds deep within their heart," Trunks said, as Izuku thought about it. "That sounds dangerous," Izuku said, as he pulled Black Whip back into his body. They waited for a few minutes as they ate some food to pass the time. Trunks, however, was moving through the food as though it were going to disappear as soon as Izuku got his grubby hands on them. And as Izuku slowly ate his food without any movements that would cause Trunks to immediately make him out to be a threat, Bulma had entered the kitchen with a smile on her face as she sat down next to Trunks before stealing his sandwich. "Hey, that was mine," Trunks called out, pouting. "I am your mother, Trunks, I need to eat as well. Anyway, I finished reading up on the footage of your quirk Izuku," Bulma said, as Izuku nodded, taking a small nibble of his own food. "From what I gathered on your quirk as well as its abilities, it seems to power you up to around however much your quirk allows you to use. What's the maximum amount of power you could utilize from your quirk?" Bulma explained before asking. "The maximum power I can use from One for All is around only 45%. But with combining the previous wielder's quirks that make it up, I can make a pseudo 120% full cowling," Izuku said, as Bulma wrote this information down. "That is some good information. So from what I can see, if you use your quirk at full power, you might be capable of proving a very hard challenge against the androids. And I hate to bring some bad influence to Super Saiyan, but if you were to unlock 100% of One for All's true power, you might be capable of surpassing Gohan when he's utilizing Super Saiyan," Bulma said, as Izuku looked to the side scratching his cheek. Well, I wouldn't put it like that. From my perspective in fighting Trunks, I wasn't able to see him move, I only used a quirk to see where he was located. Danger sense is extremely useful for when someone is attacking you with malicious intent," Izuku said, as Bulma just stared at him. "What are the other quirks at your disposal?" she asked, pulling out a notebook. "Well, the first quirk would be the transference. It allows me to transfer my quirk through my DNA. And it doesn't matter how I transfer it, it could be through blood, toenail, fingernail, hair, or just tears or saliva. So long as I'm wishing to pass the quirk on, it will pass on, although you'd have to impress the previous users," Izuku started, as Bulma wrote that down. "Then there's second's quirk, it's called Gear Shift from what I heard from him. Although he didn't allow me to use it since it was supercharged by One for All by now and could have drastic effects on my body," Izuku said, as Bulma nodded again. "After second's quirk is third's, I don't know their names, except for a select few. But third's quirk is called Fa Jin, it allows me to store energy into whatever limb that I repeat a motion through multiple times over. And it's one of the quirks that I can use to manipulate my quirk to be able to reach a pseudo 120%. Izuku said, as Bulma continued writing stars in her eyes. After third is fourth, and his is danger sense. So long as someone is projecting malicious intent towards me, I can sense it from anywhere I am located. Izuku said, as Bulma just looked up. That's it just informs you as to where the danger is? She asked, confused. It can also tell me who the danger is coming from. Izuku said, as he looked away. That's better. Now who's next after fourth? She questioned as Izuku continued. After fourth is fifth, otherwise in my world, known as Pro-Hero, Lariat. His quirk is called Black Whip. He'd used it as a way to zip across buildings through sticking his Black Whip onto nearby buildings and swinging across to get to places faster. He'd even used it in a fight to restrain as well as an extra appendage. Izuku said, as Bulma nodded. After Daigoro was sixth, Rokubo. His quirk was named Smokescreen. It allows him to create smoke from his body, although its abilities in battle in my world were extremely limited. But in this world, if nobody has heat vision, it'd be extremely useful here. Izuku said, as Bulma just looked at him in shock. You mean you'd have an excellent way to escape the androids if you were to come across them? Trunks asked, curious. If you mean if I'd be capable of escaping fast enough for their surprise to be kept on their faces. Probably, Izuku said, as Bulma wrote this down in silence. After N, is my mentor's very own mentor. Shimura Nana. Her quirk was called Float, Izuku said, as Bulma smacked her face. Really? That's what it's called, just float? She asked. Yeah, it only allowed her to float from side to side, up and down very slowly. It made for perfect uses to dodge attacks just in time, but when combined with One for All, it became quite literally flight. Izuku said, as Bulma nodded. And after her, was my mentor. And just like I was, he was quirkless. Izuku said, as Bulma just sat still. He doesn't have any powers. And the same for you? Trunks asked, curious. Why yeah, although we lived in different times, during his time the quirkless weren't treated as bad as they were when I was younger. Izuku said, rubbing his left arm. Hey mom, do you still have a spaceship that can go look for new Namek? Trunks asked, as he saw Izuku become uncomfortable. Your grandfather is still using it, Trunks. He's never called back for about 5 years now, and I have no idea if he's found new Namek as of yet. Bulma said, as Izuku just looked between the two. You guys have managed to create intergalactic machinery? Izuku asked, curious. Yeah, you're looking at the smartest woman on the planet. Bulma said, smirking at him. Okay, so why haven't you all just gone to a different planet to live out the rest of your lives in peace? Izuku asked, looking at them in confusion. Are you telling us to abandon our world? Trunks asked, offended. I'm just asking why you haven't done the logical choice. My teacher at school prides himself on making logical choices. Izuku said, as Bulma smiled at him sadly. It's not as easy to leave a planet you've lived your entire life on. In fact, it's harder to not defend your home than it is to just abandon it entirely. Bulma said, as Izuku nodded. As the trio just sat at the table with sad expressions taking over their faces, Izuku just sat still as he racked his mind for how to defeat the androids. His mind raced at 1,000,000 miles an hour as he tried his best to come up with a strategy, unaware of the fact that when he entered his thinking pose, he began to mutter out all his thoughts. Ranging from how he could hold the androids in place whilst Gohan can blast them from afar, to Izuku using himself as a distraction as he moves across a city buying Gohan time to train Trunks somewhere they could train a lot faster. Bulma and Trunks had comical expressions as they overheard the boy muttering to himself as they looked at one another. In a bid to see just how smart the boy really was, she pulled an IQ test for him to take whilst he was distracted in his muttering, and they were surprised that he looked at the test whilst muttering and continued to write his answers down. They stayed like this for about a couple hours as Izuku just muttered to his heart's content as Trunks chuckled off to the side whilst Bulma watched the boy's mind at work. At this point neither of them could understand what he was thinking at this point in time as his voice became more and more garbled as he continued to mutter at faster speeds. Whilst Bulma and Trunks were amazed by the speed Izuku was muttering to himself whilst taking a test, we move into the room where Gohan laid. His body trembled slightly from pain before he suddenly opened an eye as he took in his surroundings with a completely surprised expression on his face before looking down at himself. He took in his trembling form as he lifted his right arm in confusion as he saw the bandages all over his form before sitting upright in the cot. Looking around the room, he took in the air of the room as he smelt antiseptic as well as burn cream before he moved over to the mirror of the room. He took in his disheveled appearance as he grunted in effort to not fall over in a heap of meat and bone. Taking slow breaths, he looked around the place before taking note of a weird hero suit that he'd thought to make for himself one day when he was younger and growing out into his high school years. He smiled at the suit before taking notice of how small it appeared compared to his more muscular frame as he chuckled. Whoever wore this was definitely scrawny in appearance. That was until he noticed certain items in the neatly folded clothing, tech that were supposed to enhance whoever wore them caused him to wonder who they belonged to. Exiting the room, he walked through the hall as he placed a palm on the walls in order to help him through the rooms. As he neared the kitchen, he overheard some quick muttering as he finally reached the outer frame of a doorway as he pushed a couple buttons as it slid open revealing who was in the kitchen as a whole. Looking down, he found a green-haired boy who was writing on a piece of paper and was muttering to himself, comical words coming around his head as he glanced over at Bulma looked at him with a very happy smile on her face. Sorry for the long wait. How much time passed? Gohan asked, looking at Trunks and Bulma. About a month and about 3 hours. Bulma said, as she pulled the paper that Izuku had finished and brought it over to an IQ tester. What was with the IQ test? Gohan questioned. He said some things that really showed how smart he is. I was just testing to see if his IQ was as high as his muttering shows, since he hasn't taken a breath of air as of yet. Bulma said, as she pushed the paper through the tester. He hasn't. Gohan went to ask as Izuku took a deep breath in before continuing his muttering. Okay, never mind. Gohan muttered to himself. I've got it. Izuku jumped up from his seat as a happy smile appeared on his face, looking over to Trunks. What are you talking about? Trunks asked, confused. We need to find Dr. Gero's previous lab, Izuku said, with excitement on his face. Chapter text. Gohan stood on the peak of a mountain as he watched Trunks train with someone who was around his own age. He smiled at the thought that someone could be here with his successor when he finally passes on in either battle or of old age, something that he believes he now has a chance of achieving. He watches as the two sparred in the middle of the wasteland they were taking over for the time being as Gohan wanted to make sure that Trunks was capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan by the time they take on the androids once again. The young mentor of Trunks had been in deep thought as he watched Izuku's moves as though he was moving with his body along with his mind. He couldn't help but think that Izuku could have been a great Saiyan had he been born as one instead of being 100% human. He cursed internally at the thought of not being capable of having another Saiyan around for the time when he dies. Which was another thing he'd been thinking about as of late. Gohan had a near-death experience, but he didn't even feel as though he'd gotten much power from it. Was it just so minuscule that it didn't even work? He'd seen Vegeta do it on planet Namek, so what was the difference here? He heard the sound of a clash and crash before looking down at the ground, taking him out of his mental thoughts. He saw that Izuku had slammed Trunks into the ground as he held the boy down with extreme power as well as technique since he was using that Black Whip ability he'd mentioned in the past. Then there was another thing Gohan had been thinking about, Dr. Gero's laboratory. Was it really possible to make something from the old man's destroyed laboratory? Surely not, right? The androids destroyed it from what he knows after they killed their creator, so there had to be a reason as to why they weren't able to create a button to kill the two. He shook his head as he touched down on the ground near Izuku and Trunks. The younger of the two was clearly struggling to escape from his binds. And as Gohan stared at him, he shook his head with a smile on his face before placing a palm on Izuku's shoulder as though to tell him to stop what he was doing. Once the boy let go of Trunks, the younger of the two moved away whilst he coughed slightly from how he'd been held down on the ground before catching his breath. Hey Gohan, how was the fight? I hope I did well against Midoriya. Trunks asked, looking to Gohan with hopeful eyes. You did well, although Izuku has some more experience in fighting from what I could see. Gohan said, glancing at Izuku. In my world I was a hero student with a provisional license. I was out fighting villains and other people without a break for weeks. I'm actually glad that I managed to get some rest. I feel stronger from having someone who doesn't want me dead for once. Izuku said, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. You feel stronger. Do you have any tips for how to get stronger? Gohan asked, looking at Izuku for some kind of guidance. Well, Before my mentor had stopped training me, he told me that I had to take time in between training sessions to actually relax. Apparently, it allows the person who is training to grow stronger so long as we're able to give our muscles and body a break from training. I felt the weight of being useless because I didn't give myself a break. Izuku said, as he thought back to the training to get one for all. That's what I've been missing. Gohan called out, slapping his head with a palm. Are you okay, Gohan? Izuku asked, confused. I've been going about this whole training thing the whole wrong way. I've been thinking like Vegeta in terms of gathering power, and instead of just training without a break. I should have given myself and Trunks time to rest in between training sessions. I feel like an idiot for not remembering that, Gohan said, as he sat down. Hey, nobody's the perfect trainer. You probably have been trained to think that you should train without getting a break from a young age. Izuku said, trying to placate the older man. You don't get it, kid. My father had been quite literally beating that ideal into my head. Eat, sleep, play, and fight every day. Sleep, rest being a major part of that training. He didn't beat it literally into my head, but he stated it enough that I should have allowed myself some time to get some rest from training. All I've been doing was training literally every single day and got rest at the end of those days, not giving my body a chance to recover. Gohan said, as he looked at Trunks and Izuku. How long can you fight, kid? Gohan asked, as Izuku thought about it. This is without sleep, right? Izuku asked, as Gohan nodded. Well, the longest I could go in a week in terms of no sleep was around 4 days of fighting without sleep. With getting at least 3 hours of sleep per day, I could go on for weeks, Izuku said, as Gohan just gave him a grim nod. Okay, change of plans. We need to find a place where we can get a lot of training in a singular day but feels as though we've been training for a year, Gohan said, as he sat down. As the trio sat on the ground thinking about certain ways to do that, Izuku was thinking more on the lines of what Bulma was thinking at the moment. And as we transition over to the woman in question, she'd finally managed to get a message from her father who 600 light years was around away from the planet in search of New Namek. What are you talking about, Dad? I thought you'd already found New Namek by now, Bulma asked, as she looked at the projection of her father. Bulma, what I mean is, I've decided to make my way back home. I only have enough food to get me back there. I thought I found New Namek, but it was a random planet stating that it was new fake planet Namek. Dr. Briefs growled to himself. That's horrible. Where's someone who could help when we need them most? Bulma muttered to herself. If you're wondering why Goku hasn't helped out yet, remember he died about 14 years ago. Dr. Briefs said, as he moved a hand through his aged hair. I know, Dad, but it's heartbreaking to know that you still haven't found New Namek by now. What's it been now, 5 years? Bulma asked, as Dr. Briefs looked at his calendar. I believe it's been around 10 years exactly, Dr. Briefs muttered. I just wish that there was a way to get the Dragon Balls back. We need a new guardian, Bulma said, as she thought back to Gohan. She couldn't continue her talk with her father as the man lost connection with the device they'd used to contact one another. Bulma threw some of her blueprints as well as gadgets across the floor in her fury as she couldn't find any different way other than the time machine to stop the androids of this timeline. She didn't get enough time to continue her tantrum of having a mental breakdown as Izuku surprisingly appeared in the room with a worried expression on his face as she couldn't help but smile at him. Ever since he'd first arrived here, he'd been a great help in gathering supplies for her in an attempt to complete the time machine. Whilst he assisted her here, it allowed Gohan and Trunks to continue their training. Although the expression this time around was different, it appeared as though Izuku wanted to ask her a question this time around. Sitting up after gathering all the gadgets and other materials she'd be using for the time machine back on the operating table, she looked over at the boy as he fidgeted on the chair he sat on. Sighing, she looked at him with a questionary expression. What do you need, kid? She asked, sitting on the table. Do you know of a place where we could get training that could last for a year, but only be around a day out here? Izuku asked, rubbing his left arm. Why do you need to know this information? Bulma asked, confused. Well, Gohan made the epiphany that we need to get stronger faster. But the way we're going about it is not the right way to do it, so we need a place where time works differently, but Gohan and Trunks can't think of any places that could work. Izuku said, as he looked away. Well, there is the hyperbolic time chamber. Bulma said, as Izuku stared at her confused. The hyperbolic time chamber? Izuku questioned with a questionary expression. It's a place where Goku trained when he was a kid. He nearly died when training in there for a month. Bulma said, as Izuku thought about it. How long was he in it? Izuku asked, as Bulma stared at him for a moment. From what Goku told me at the time, he'd lasted only a month in there. He also told me that it was around only a few hours out here. Bulma said, as Izuku gained a hopeful expression. Thank you for this information. Where was this room located? Izuku asked, looking into her eyes. It was on Kami's lookout, not that I've been there. Bulma said, as Izuku bowed and left. Wonder what that was about. Bulma said, getting back to work. As Izuku flew back towards where Gohan and Trunks were resting at. He couldn't help but let the thoughts of the previous users of One for All begin to rear their voices again as second and third began talking. So the woman knew about the place but never informed Gohan about it. Sounds suspicious. Second growled. Chief, you shouldn't be too suspicious about something like that. She probably wasn't asked about it, and only remembered around this point in time. Third said, as Izuku shook his head. Hey, give the woman a break, she'd lost her husband as well as all her friends. I think she requires some things to be kept to her chest about certain places. Nana said, angrily at the second user. I'm just stating that. This kind of information would have been properly stated earlier in the timeline of events. Gohan would be far stronger than he is now had he known how to train effectively as well as know about a place where he could train to his heart's content. Second stated with a mock glare. Guys, as much as I love hearing about your opinions about how people react to grief, we should really be preparing for this whole training regimen. Izuku thought towards them. Ninth is correct. We need to prepare for each and every outcome for this training. For all we know, the androids could be way stronger than they are right now. Remember when Gohan was Super Saiyan, they weren't even using half of their full power. It could be a bluff, but from what they showed, it could be true. We need all the training we can get in order to stand a chance, and as much as I hate to say it, we might need a wish to become stronger. First said, as everyone looked at him with a weird expression. How should we get young Midoriya to become more powerful? You heard the woman earlier, we don't have those Dragon Ball thingies. All Might questioned, as he was now a full vestige. Well, we should be capable of getting help from the afterlife. Shot in the dark, there's a witch who could transport us there to train further. N asked, curiously. We are not entertaining that idea. Second said, with a small growl. Why not? Literally anything could be possible in this world. Izuku asked, as he looked at the vestige. There is no way that a witch exists, they're pure mythology. They shouldn't even exist. Second said, angrily. You're reminding me about Kachan with how you're acting. Izuku retorted as the second user glared at him before sighing. I just don't like the fact that these wish-granting orbs could exist. The fact that you can make a wish for anything sounds like a potential scam. Second said, as Izuku shook his head. He was floating high above Gohan and Trunks now as the two were doing some light sparring. Izuku touched down in an area nearby so that he could watch the two break a sweat through their spar as he pulled out his notebook to write about the two. He knew that there wasn't much use for a notebook in this world since the people of this world probably wouldn't understand his handwriting. But it would be a great way to write down his thoughts as well as tell others down the line about this world should he be capable of returning back to his world dimension. As soon as the two stepped away from one another cleaning some sweat from their brows, they walked over to him. Izuku looked up at them from his notebook and placed it in his backpack before standing up and knocking some dust and debris from his clothing as he looked at Gohan stand above him. It really hurt him mentally to see that Gohan was actually a few inches taller compared to him, especially since he was around the middle for his class when it came to height. It reminded him about how in the past he'd been shorter than Kachan when the young man had bullied him, forcing him to shrink his height a bit to appear shorter than he actually was. So did you find any way to train for about a year in a day? Gohan asked, looking hopeful. Well, Bulma informed me about a place. But I'm not sure if it still exists right now, Izuku said, as Trunks moved closer. Really? What's the place called? Trunks asked. It's called Kami's Lookout. Apparently it's above Korin's tower, Izuku said, as Gohan remembered the place. So that's where it was. I thought that there was a reason for Dad's power pole to be on top of Korin's tower, Gohan said, as he immediately took off into the sky. Izuku and Trunks shrugged at the older man's actions as they left and flew towards where the young man knew Korin's tower was. For hours the trio flew around the planet for Korin's tower, and eventually as the sun was lowering in the distance, they finally arrived at Korin's tower. And Izuku was surprised to see that Korin was actually a cat who could speak with everyone, and was extremely happy when the cat could speak Japanese. When the elderly cat informed them about Yajirobe's demise against the androids just to protect him, they were slightly sad about it. The man may not act like it, but he was extremely helpful towards the Z fighters back when Vegeta was an enemy. Izuku just looked like a lost child when Trunks and Gohan reacted to the man's death. Korin, is there a tower on top of this? I mean a lookout, Gohan asked as Korin smirked. So you're finally ready to head there? I thought you'd never make that decision, Korin said, as he smirked. Wait, there's a real lookout up there? Izuku asked, as Korin looked at him. Yeah, it's where Kami used to live. Well, before Piccolo was killed ruthlessly by those heartless androids. They took my husband away from me. If you three are going to train in where I think you are going to train, when you all get out. Give 'em hell, Korin said, as the trio flew even higher into the clouds. Izuku was feeling lightheaded from how high in the air he was at, and it appeared that Trunks was feeling the same way. With how little oxygen was in the air at this part of the atmosphere, Izuku felt as though he were about to faint from the lack of breathable air, but that was when they all found a large platform. It looked as though it had seen better days, but overall stayed relatively intact after years of having nobody there to care for it, and as soon as they landed on top of the place they found a very dark-skinned fellow tending to some plants. The man looked over at Gohan and Trunks, before his eyes glanced over at Izuku as he walked over, hands behind his back. To what do I owe the favor of having son Gohan on this tower? The man asked. Do you happen to know my father? Gohan asked, as the man nodded. I do. After all, he did indeed train under Kami for around 5 years. Well, about 40 years ago, the man said, as Gohan smirked at Trunks. Do you think that you can make the hyperbolic time chamber ready for the 3 of us? Gohan asked. I can only have 2 people in there at a time. The food in there may magically replace itself, but there is only enough food that can be replaced magically for 2 Saiyans each. The man said, as Izuku looked at him. I'm not a Saiyan though, I'm a human, Izuku said, as the dark-skinned fellow looked at him. Still, I cannot allow more than 2 in the room at a time. It would seriously cause problems with the time chamber, the man said, as Gohan nodded. I will go in there first with Trunks, then I will enter with Izuku. By the way, can we have your name, sir? I apologize for not asking it beforehand, Gohan said, as the man nodded. My name is Mr. Popo, but please call me Popo. I was the helper of Kami when he became the guardian of the earth. Now please follow me, Popo said, as he led the trio through the halls. The halls were long and had many turns, but they were a nice quiet few minutes before they arrived at a large door with a clock over it. Mr. Popo looked back at them with a smile on his face as he began to tell them the rules of the time chamber. Now only 2 may enter this room. But there are also some other rules for this place. Your power can only go so high if you allow yourselves some time to rest in between days in there. 1 day out here is 1 year in there. I'm not sure how long you all will be capable of handling, but I sure hope you can last the full year. The longer you stay in there, however, you slowly lose your sanity, Popo said, as Izuku nodded. Is there anything else we should take care to know about? Izuku asked, as Popo nodded. Please, for the love of Kami, do not destroy this door, Popo said, as Izuku looked confused. What happens if we accidentally do it? Trunks asked worriedly. You will be stuck in there until you amass enough power to break through yourselves. But by the time you're able to do so, You all will be dead. Popo said, with a warning. Alright, me and Trunks will enter first. I need to make sure that he's able to become a Super Saiyan before we continue. Gohan said, as Izuku nodded. As the two entered the room, Popo closed the door behind them as he looked back at Izuku. He sat down next to Izuku with a smile on his face as he saw the boy writing about his appearance as well as what he believes his abilities are. He couldn't help but appreciate the picture the boy made about him before shaking his head. The boy was smart, but at the same time, when it came to fighting the androids, he'd be practically useless at this point in time. Only time would tell if the boy would be capable of being a help in battle. As Izuku sat still waiting for 24 hours to pass by, he heard something from his pocket. Pulling the item out, he found that it was a small device for Bulma to contact him with. Opening the device, he found Bulma standing in front of a camera as she looked at him with a smile. "What is it, Bulma?" Izuku asked. "I finally finished the time machine," she said, happily. Chapter text. The time machine is completed. That's amazing. Gohan and Trunks are currently inside of the time chamber at the moment. Izuku said, informing Bulma of the current problem. What if you went back in time? Surely that wouldn't cause any unknown problems. Bulma asked. I'd rather not. I don't belong in this timeline at all. Remember, I come from an entirely different dimension, and that's not even talking about how I even got here in the first place. Izuku said, as Bulma sighed. Yeah, with your presence in the previous timeline, you'd probably cause far more harm than good. Bulma acquiesced, but I will still have Trunks go back in time. He's far more serious than Goku would be in taking Frieza down. Bulma said, as Izuku gave a hum. Can you tell me more about this Frieza? Izuku asked, feeling like he could get some valuable information. Yeah, Izuku couldn't get his phone turned off in time as he looked at the city down below the lookout. He watched as the city down below was being ravaged by the androids, and he felt the urge to at least save some of the civilians down there, but as he was about to jump down to stop the androids, he felt a palm placed on his shoulder. Looking back, he found Mr. Popo standing there with a very neutral expression taking over his face as he glared down at those below. He gave a glance back at Izuku. He pulled him away from the edge. You need to stay here and make sure that Gohan and Trunks leave the room of spirit and time at the correct time. If you don't, they could go insane from staying in there longer than a year. Mr. Popo said, as he cracked his knuckles. What about you? Why are you heading down there? Izuku asked, as Mr. Popo looked at him. I can go down there without being seen. I'm a genie boy, I can't be seen by those who I don't wish to see me. Popo said, as he leapt off the lookout. And with that the man disappeared from Izuku's view. And as Izuku watched him lower himself into the cityscape, he could only hold out hope that the androids don't find him faster than he can evacuate the civilians. Turning back, he pulled the phone back up to his ear as he heard Bulma's incoherent cries of worry coming from her end of the call as he pulled the phone away from his ear from how much of a screech they were. I'm fine, Bulma-san, just the androids attacking the city underneath the lookout. Mr. Popo went to evacuate the civilians, but from what he told me, he said that he was a genie and that only those he allows can see him. Izuku said, as Bulma let out a wail of complete despair. Damaniti. Go help him, Izuku. He lied to you. Bulma called out, as Izuku didn't need to be told twice. I will need to end the call, Bulma-san. I need to make sure Popo is alright. Izuku called out, activating One for All. I will see you later, Izuku. Give them hell. She said, hanging up. Placing the cellular device in his pocket once more, Izuku activated One for All to the maximum he could let out. And activating Float along with it, he soared through the sky whilst looking at his watch. He only had about 8 hours before the time for Gohan and Trunks exiting the room of spirit and time was over. He immediately knew that if he did this, he might not come back, but the vestiges gave him a warmth in his chest as if to show that they will assist him in his fight against the androids. Touching down on one of the buildings, he found that Mr. Popo was fighting the androids. The elderly genie was actually putting up a good fight. He created portals around the place and had the androids hitting one another that really messed up their fighting style. That was until they immediately adapted to that kind of fighting. Izuku rushed in to stop the needless killing of a genie trying to help the innocent, and as he got closer to the black-skinned man, he managed to release Black Whip in order to grab one of the androids who looked at the tendril with a massive, confused expression. Manchester, smash, Izuku called out, as he slammed his fist into Android 17's face, sending him flying through multiple buildings. Mr. Popo, gather all the civilians you can, I'll hold them off, Izuku yelled, as the genie didn't need to be told twice. Immediately rushing to rescue the civilians, Android 18 threw a key blast over to kill the genie whilst his back was turned. Izuku jumped in the way before kicking the blast straight back in her face, as he then used Black Whip to grab and toss her into the quickly approaching android as both were sent through more buildings. Izuku rushed at them this time, being the aggressor in the battle, as he sent multiple jabs and gear-shifted strikes at the two as they both dodged and weaved through his attacks as best they could. Izuku had been fighting against people who teamed up on him in his world. The two teaming up on him in this world would be child's play. All he had to do was buy time, something he was great at doing. Being a distraction. As he rushed around the city, bringing the androids along with him, he used his impressive speed in order to move the fight away from the city as a whole. Jumping over the massive rock formations that surrounded the area, Izuku found himself dodging and kicking blasts that were thrown at him from the sky away and blocked them. The androids were merely toying with him, not that Izuku cared all that much. All he needed was to keep them distracted. They rushed in at him from two angles this time, as they sent a fist coming for his face, which he caught one in his hand and used Black Whip to catch the other as the trio created a crater in the ground. Izuku struggled to hold the two back as they increased the amount of strength they were using, as Izuku bent backwards and both of the androids smashed their fists into each other as Izuku kicked 17 to the air before smacking 18 off into the distance. He powered up to the maximum he could use at the moment, which was only around 60% one for all at full cowl, and as he waited for the androids to arrive at his location, he began to do squats as fast as he could to build up energy for Fa Jin. Smokescreen began to billow out of him as the androids closed in on him, their speed coming at him like they were intending to end his life with one strike. Once they were right in front of him and Izuku felt as though he were about to die, he released his control on Fa Jin, which launched him high into the air as the androids were left in the wake of his smokescreen. By the time they tried to find him by using a key blast to take away the smoke, Izuku was already long gone. They growled to themselves as they went to find a different city to destroy and torture the civilians of so that they could get a kick out of their suffering. Behind a nearby rock formation, Izuku let out a breath of fresh air as he slumped against the rock formation before taking off towards the lookout. It was a few minutes later that Izuku returned to the lookout, and he was looking worse for wear. He pulled his wristwatch as he found that he'd been fighting the androids for only around half an hour, and he was already feeling as though he were 60 years older than he actually was. He laid down on the top of the lookout as he took in massive breaths of air, which really wasn't helping his whole out-of-breath situation much if at all, as he noticed Mr. Popo walking towards him. He waited for the incoming beratement of entering combat when specifically told not to, but was only getting a head pat for actually saving the life of the man. "Why would you save my life, young one?" the genie asked. "All life is precious, no matter how evil they may be. There's always some kind of kindness, compassion in their heart that allows them to be good. The only one I've met who never was that though is in my world right now. The androids are probably another exception, since they relish in the suffering of others, as though it is all a game to them," Izuku said, clenching his fists. "Then far be it from me to stop you from helping others." "What did Bulma have to say about the whole time machine thing?" Popo asked. "The time machine is completed. All that's left to do is send Trunks in the past in order to help save Goku. Whoever the guy is," Izuku said, as he finally caught his breath. The two remained sitting outside the door to the time chamber as Gohan and Trunks soon exited from it. They were both looking much older, but at the same time, from how they looked, Izuku felt as though they were extremely powerful from how they stood outside the room, whilst being Super Saiyans. Izuku was flabbergasted at how the two were able to hold the transformation without feeling any kind of stamina drain from it, and apparently, he asked this aloud as Gohan smirked at him. "Well, the reason we're Super Saiyan right now is because we decided to see what happens when you try and stay as a Super Saiyan for as long as possible. And from what it looks like, the training worked. Gohan said, with a smile. That's amazing. Oh yeah, Bulma said that the time machine is completed by the way. Izuku said, as Gohan smiled. Alright Trunks, that's all you. Gohan said, placing a palm on the young man's shoulder. Should I really be the one to go back in time? Why can't it be you? Trunks asked. Because everybody there will immediately know who I am just from my energy signature. With you, they won't know who you are, they might make a small distinguishment with you and Vegeta but that's all. Anyway, what happened out here? Izuku looks as though he'd been put through the ringer. Gohan retorted before asking Popo. The androids attacked the city down below the lookout earlier. Izuku managed to lose them in the nearby wasteland, but they were already leaving by the time he made it here. So as far as we know they could be anywhere. Popo informed as Gohan nodded. Okay, with that information set and complete, it's time to set the plan in motion. Trunks, you will go to Capsule Corp and use the time machine to save my dad. Izuku, come on, you need to get some time in there to get stronger as well. Time moves faster in there than it does out here, so it'd be better if we can make sure that you're stronger as fast as possible. Who knows when the world might send you back to your world? Gohan said, as he re-entered the time chamber with Izuku. With Trunks leaving and Gohan entering the time chamber with Izuku, the two entered as Izuku stared in the place with awe writ on his features. Gohan watched as the young man looked at the place with a small amount of fondness on his features and smirked at the young man. If Trunks didn't turn out well for him, he might have made Izuku his protege as well. But that was beside the point. He entered a sparring stance across from the boy as he pointed his missing limb at him as he called out to Izuku, gaining the boy's full attention as his eyes were on him. Alright kid, you're going to show me how strong you really are. I haven't seen how you can fight yet, but with a martial arts instructor your fighting prowess can become far more refined. Gohan said, as Izuku entered a stance of his own. He's adopting a boxer's stance, that's a good style, but from the way I've seen him fighting Trunks, he uses anything but those kinds of moves. Gohan thought to himself as Izuku rushed at him. The first thing Gohan saw was the boy immediately rushing at him with a massive display of green electricity. The next thing was the boy seemingly disappearing and reappearing in front of him, a fist nearing his face. How the boy managed to get into his guard that fast without him knowing enough was surprising to say the least. But he wouldn't mind having a far more calculative opponent than that of Trunks, who relied on brute force and power in order to fight his opponents. Izuku swung a right hook at Gohan's face as the man leaned back to dodge the hit before a leg came up to trip him up as Gohan jumped over it. A smile coming to his face as he saw the calculative expression on the boy's face. They disappeared from view before reappearing in the air as Gohan threw an elbow strike at Izuku, who blocked it with his own arm covered with black whip. Gohan smirked as he then sent a kick at the boy, who immediately swerved around his leg and used black whip to grapple his leg and swing him around before throwing him towards the ground. Gohan was nearing the ground before he disappeared from sight as Izuku immediately swung a fist behind him as Gohan had swatted the limb away before he slammed a fist into the boy's own face. Izuku was then sent blasting into the ground as Gohan had landed nearby as Izuku climbed out of the ground and rushed at him again. The speed of the boy was increasing as time went on as Gohan took note of how the boy's limbs began to become encompassed with a weird reddish-pink hue before a weird aura left his body, increasing his speed and power. Gohan felt as though the boy was pushing him to transform, but the young master wanted to make sure that the boy was using all the strength he could handle before beating the kid down. You don't learn anything unless you lose, and Gohan was going to instill that principle into the boy, unless they'd already had it beaten into them. Izuku rushed at him again, this time using that previous technique that allowed him to disappear from his eyesight and reappear at the last moment again, mixed in with that pink-red hue covering his legs. Immediately dodging the attack coming for him, he heard the boy mutter something out of his mouth, something along the lines of a name and the word smash coming out of his mouth. Confused by the name of the boy's attack, he watched as a gust of wind was blasted out from the attack that caused some of the ground to be pulled from itself and tossed away. Damn, that kid can literally pull the ground out if he tried hard enough. Not bad, but not good enough to fight the androids. Gohan surmised before glancing back at Izuku, who rushed at him once more. Izuku sent a flurry of kicks this time, one being an axe kick before switching into a horizontal kick from the right. Gohan, being the master martial artist he was, dodged each and every attack that Izuku threw at him with grace, as well as sent a counterattack that caused him to back off. Gohan was waiting for the boy to continue the offensive without moving back to calculate his next actions, but it appeared as though the boy preferred that if he were on the back foot to back away and calculate his next move. Against himself in a training situation, that was alright, but in a full-blown fight against the androids, however, that was basically suicide. And Gohan treated this as that. Immediately launching himself at the boy to prevent him from getting time to think up a new strategy, he sent a kick into the boy's face that was far faster than he could predict. And as he was sent rag-dolling across the place, Gohan took this time to sense out the boy's power level, and from what it appeared, he didn't seem to be growing stronger from this entire training spar at the moment. As soon as he stood upright and lowered his guard completely, Gohan watched Izuku immediately rush at him, forcing him to increase his guard once again as Izuku sent a flurry of attacks. Gohan made sure to dodge these attacks this time, since he wanted to show Izuku the power gap between the two that he'd need to recover. And as Izuku's stamina began to finally dwindle, something that Gohan was surprised at, since the boy was still going after being in there for a few hours fighting him. The young man finally went to throw a final punch at him that was caught effortlessly by Gohan, who then pulled the boy in close and kneed him in the gut, causing Izuku to cough out some minor bits of blood and spittle. When placing Izuku on the ground softly, Izuku groaned in pain before rolling onto his side as he slowly got back up from the ground as Gohan sat down nearby. Moving closer to the taller man, Izuku had sat down next to him as he breathed heavily from the training regimen. Once they were gathering their breath, Izuku spoke up to Gohan regarding the training spar they had completed. So what was this whole spar for exactly? Izuku asked, panting. This was to gauge your strength level. And to be honest, the only way I can see you becoming a major help is by changing your anatomy to that of what humans are in this world. Gohan said, as Izuku had a certain thought. What if we used a Namekian Dragon Ball or whatever to make me the same race as you and Trunks? Izuku asked, as Gohan looked at him. Are you sure that if you were to return back to your world that nobody would question how you were able to get so powerful? Gohan asked, curiously. They mostly attribute it to One for All. They wouldn't think that I used some magical wish-granting balls from a dragon to change the ethnicity that I belong to. Much less to an alien race that doesn't exist in my world. Izuku said, at least it'd be better than what I got in my world. Izuku mumbled. About that, what was your world like? Gohan asked. What do you mean? Are you talking about how IG grew up? Izuku asked, cursing his stutter for coming back. Yeah, was it far better than this world? Gohan asked. That depends on why you ask. If you asked someone who was quirkless, they would probably just leave. Most quirkless don't like talking about their past, Izuku said, as he rubbed his arm. He's more defensive about this part. I need to know more about him so that I can help. Gohan thought to himself before speaking. Well, in order to help you become the best hero you can be, I need to learn about you. I can't train you without learning about your life before this place. Gohan said, with a small smile. It'd take too long, Izuku said, rubbing the back of his head. Kid, we have literally a year in here to talk about your whole childhood issues. Gohan said, cracking his neck. Well, I guess I could start with the day I was diagnosed as quirkless. Izuku said, as Gohan gave a small frown. You say that word as if it was a disease being given to you. Gohan said, more than questioned. That's because, in my world, if you were diagnosed as quirkless, everyone pretty much avoided you like the plague. I only really recently got friends because I had a quirk. And that's still something I want to consider, because I haven't told them that I was quirkless before getting One for All yet. Izuku said, as he looked at the ground. Hey, there's a reason why everyone was born. You being born without a power meant that you were destined for greatness. A young man growing up in a world of superpowers but having none himself sounds like the story of an underdog. Gohan said, as Izuku shook his head. It sounds more like a way to get yourself beaten up by bullies. Izuku muttered. You had bullies, didn't you? Gohan asked softly. You have no idea, Izuku said, as the two sat in the bath. Did they do anything? Gohan asked, before looking at the boy's body. He couldn't finish his sentence as he saw scars, littering the entire young man's form. His upper body from what he could see was covered in what appeared to be very old burn scars, especially one that was in the shape of a palm in two places on the boy's body. On his left shoulder, right at the collarbone, and another right in the middle of his abdomen, and there was a lot of starburst markings all over the boy's body. Gohan looked into Izuku's wide expressive eyes as he saw the boy's pupils dilate a little bit before slowly dulling a little. Jesus Christ, kid, you should have never had to live with that. Didn't anyone help you? Or did you call for help? Gohan asked softly, knowing it was a sore subject. No matter how many times I tried, nobody would listen to the quirkless kid. Funny thing about the quirkless, no matter what you do, or even say, nobody would ever believe a thing you told anyone. Not your teachers, not your friends who actually were the bullies, not even your own parents. The police and heroes are out as well since they didn't even care for me. I've had around 20 heroes who could have stopped the bullying at my school from happening. And not a single one. Not one. Even stopped what they were doing in their day to help me. Izuku said, as he pulled his legs up to his chest. And once the boy's legs were shown, even more scars were shown. They were this time something akin to old bruises and cuts, as though someone deliberately cut his skin to the point it would scar if not treated correctly. Did the teachers do anything to you? Gohan asked, feeling very worried on that department. No, they facilitated the whole bullying as well. If it helped them with making the quirkless loser stop dreaming of being something that was regarded as being quite impossible, then if anything, they helped in the bullying. If not physically, mentally, Izuku said, as he lowered his body into the tub. Jesus Christ, what kind of world does that to you? Much less push someone to the point of villainy. Glad he's not an enemy, his mind might be something that I'd have to keep a close eye on. Gohan surmised mentally. I'd say that you should enter his mind when he sleeps, read his memories up, till now. A familiar voice rang out in Gohan's head. Piccolo. Gohan asked, as nothing was stated back. Am I going crazy? Chapter text. After the little Q&A with Gohan, the two were now moving across the vast expanse of the time chamber. The two were utilizing the power set they were not really born with but trained to utilize from a relatively young age for Izuku, and from his youth Gohan, as they fought in the time chamber. As the sparring continued further, Gohan began to notice the change in Izuku's fighting style as he focused more on martial arts and martial prowess as he combined those skills together in an attempt to get the upper hand. And as much as Gohan would much rather not state altogether that he was being given a hard time, with how Izuku adapted to his fighting style, the young man had forced him to Super Saiyan to get the advantage back more than a couple times. This kind of prodigy-like fighting was surprising to Gohan, who hadn't even thought that with enough training as well as teachings, the young man could become a threat to him in base form. The boy really was a prodigal fighter similar to his own father as well as Vegeta. It was as though the boy was a mix of the two when it came to fighting. He just didn't give up until the last moment. It was only when he'd run himself ragged enough to state that he couldn't fight anymore to Gohan after a couple months of training that Gohan had begun to switch up the training regimen. Since the boy was adept at fighting him to the point he was pushed to Super Saiyan multiple times, Gohan decided to finally teach Izuku how to utilize Ki. The boy had taken to writing down all the knowledge as much as possible as though to preserve the whole idea of how to use the power itself. It was an excellent change of pace since Trunks had taken to learning how to use Ki so fast that Gohan had to essentially speedrun the boy to Super Saiyan, that way he could become an even better training partner. As Izuku spent more time trying to learn different techniques as well as how to use Ki in the first place, Gohan liked the nice and slow approach Izuku required. Alright, now keep yourself in your meditative state. Just search deep within yourself and find that metaphorical barrier keeping you from releasing all that pent-up energy. It will be small at first, but once you learn how to utilize it to the fullest, you might become an unstoppable force. Gohan instructed as Izuku was shown in a meditative state. Can you see the barrier blocking you from reaching out to your energy deep within? Gohan asked, as Izuku sat still for a moment silent. Not really. From what I can see is nothing but a black abyss, even the vestiges are having issues searching for the energy. Izuku said, opening his eyes and looking to Gohan. Then this might take far longer for you to do. No matter, we can just focus on just increasing your potential strength with your quirk. What's the maximum power of your quirk that you can utilize without hurting yourself? Gohan surmised, before asking. Right about now, I think I can use around 70% whilst stationary but around 65% without any issues. In a fight however, I can use 65% and combine the other quirks to make a pseudo 180% one for all. Izuku said, as Gohan thought about it. Alright, you might think that I'd be crazy to ask this of you, but I need you to hit me with the strongest attack that you can think of. I have a Senzu bean on hand, so if either of us get hurt it will be healed in seconds. Gohan said, as Izuku looked worried. You are sure that neither of us would be too hurt from this? Izuku asked, as he powered up to 65% of full cowl. I'm sure, and I'll be in my Super Saiyan form as well. That way if I have my full guard up, I can see what we need to improve. Gohan said, as he stood across from the boy at full power Super Saiyan. Izuku powered up across from Gohan, who watched the boy's body become engulfed in green electricity and a teal aura. The boy then began to increase the amount of kinetic energy being stored in his left leg as he prepared his right leg for the attack to come. And for Gohan himself, he couldn't help but feel his blood pumping for the potential training partner Izuku could become if he could only utilize his ki. All too fast, Gohan watched as Izuku took a deep breath in as his entire form suddenly gained an even richer aura of green-teal color with electricity bouncing across his entire form. And within milliseconds, he disappeared and reappeared in front of him as he held his guard up and Izuku threw the kick in his direction. From Izuku's perspective, everything was moving in extreme slow motion compared to when he last used Fa Jin mixed with One for All. He immediately moved as fast as he could to get to Gohan as fast as possible to release all the kinetic power as well as force that he was told to release against Gohan at full power. Throwing a horizontal kick at the man, he watched as Gohan had immediately increased his guard further as he tanked the attack in his torso, a massive blast of wind exiting from the other side of his form. The two stayed like that for a few moments as Izuku fell to the ground as he felt the quirk exhaustion effect that OFA had on him when he used too much power, but for some reason, he didn't break a limb this time. Once the time resumed, Izuku watched as Gohan had immediately stood back upright as he looked down at the kid with a hard expression for him to read. Gohan was looking down to him as he was thinking about the next kind of training regimen to make sure that the boy could release power similar to that but be far stronger than it. From Gohan's perspective of being slammed with that impressive attack, he felt the power of the attack and it was similar to that of Trunks being at a quarter of his full power slamming a hit into his gut. There wasn't that much pain, but a simple throb of acknowledgement that he had managed to land a hit that barely stung. He could still fight, but it was concerning at how slow his progressive strength grew. Alright, how long have you been training? Before coming here, that is? Gohan asked, before clarifying. I haven't been able to train for my entire childhood. I only started to train when I was told I could become a hero by All Might, although, he had me clean up a beach to get One for All. Izuku said, as Gohan thought about his next question. Did he give you the power before or after you did the training? Gohan asked. He gave it to me. It was a reward for cleaning the beach without using a quirk as well as utilizing any kind of loopholes in his training. Although I had went ahead of the training plan multiple times in order to clean it faster than I was doing. Izuku informed as Gohan nodded. You wanted to make sure that it was done far faster, but came to find out that your body couldn't handle the amount of trouble you gave it. Gohan surmised, getting a nod from Izuku. Okay, so I think the main issue you're having with your ki blockage is the simple fact that you're mentally and physically prepared to learn it. It's just your spirit that's the issue. Gohan said, with a nod. My spirit is the issue? Izuku asked, confused. I think the problem you're having is the fact that I can sense multiple spirits within your soul. The fact that you have 8 other souls within your own is blocking your ki flow, and therefore causing you to not be capable of utilizing ki. Gohan said, as Izuku tilted his head. So the reason that I can't use ki is because of 001 for all. Izuku asked, now feeling like this was very bad news. Oh no, they're not the problem. The problem is your spirit in general. Your soul is not supposed to be inhabited by others. All we need to do is separate the souls in your own from it and you'll be capable of accessing your full potential through ki energy. Gohan said, as he sat down. Now the real question, however, is how we're going to separate those other souls from your metaphysical soul. Gohan muttered as he sat down. Izuku sat down across from him this time, as he overheard the vestiges talking mad shit about Gohan, stating many things that they are not the root cause as for why he wasn't able to utilize ki energy. Izuku ignored those vestiges since they weren't really much of a talkative bunch since they had kept their identities away from him this entire time without informing him about their pasts. He wanted to learn more about them all in his world but couldn't be due to all for one escaping from Tartarus, as well as Shigaraki's increasing threat level in Japan and the world. Nana, Daigoro, Yoichi and surprisingly Hikage were the only ones who were supportive of helping the boy separate their collective souls from one another. The main issue about this was how they were going to do that since they didn't know how to do something of that nature, because the question is, how does one pull not just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 but 8 souls away from the one who they are supporting? And from the last 2 vestiges who were not supportive of this decision were just arguing on how that could be a very dangerous thing to do since it could kill the current host of One for All. All the fighting the 2 were doing was becoming so much for Izuku to handle that his entire form was trembling with barely restrained rage. The simple fact that these 2 people were not wanting to be released from Izuku's soul was so selfish and arrogant that Izuku just felt his anger slowly building up to its upper limit. Across from Izuku, Gohan had noticed something off about the kid. He was releasing so much killing intent that he had instinctively been entering his combat stance to prepare for a hard fight. Shaking his head, he took a closer look at Izuku as he noticed something off about his stance. It was extremely similar to how he and Trunks powered up as small gusts of wind were flowing around the boy. A smile was forming on his face as the boy in front of him was slowly being able to utilize ki. And when Izuku began to tremble even further, electricity that was actually blue in color this time had sparked around his entire frame as a surprisingly indigo blue color of ki surrounded the boy. And the boy's power was slowly rising from what Gohan could sense. It was stronger than Piccolo was when he died against the androids, and was steadily growing to the point that it was reaching his base form's full power. And once it finally tapered off and leveled out, he felt Izuku's power once again and was amazed with the amount of power that was hidden in his relatively short body. His power was already around 6% of Frieza's full power on planet Namek and would have lasted far longer than Vegeta did when they were on the planet around 15 years ago. And as it leveled out, he found Izuku just growling to himself as he had lowered his body into a full-blown power-up stance, and he was beginning to believe that the boy had some much-needed venting to do. "Hey kid, do you think you can try and fight me now?" Gohan asked, with a smirk on his face. "I got some shit to work out," Izuku grumbled as he rushed Gohan. It was a few months down the line as Gohan and Izuku had moved across the time chamber without even looking where they launched their attacks. They had been attacking one another for the last few hours today as they had been pushing themselves to the upper limits of their full powers, and the fact that Izuku's full power was around Gohan's full power in base was amazing for Gohan. The half-Saiyan hybrid had been ecstatic at when Izuku finally released his ki and finally managed to utilize it through the growing anger that was forming in his mind at whatever was going on with his quirk. For these last few months, the only vestiges that Izuku had informed him he'd been talking to for a long while was Yoichi, Nana, Daigoro and N. He did talk to Hikage from time to time, but that was to talk about how their lifestyles could have been had Izuku moved out into the forest to train the quirk like the elderly man had done. But Izuku was clearly showing signs that he was rejecting One for All these last few months, and Gohan had known that if he continued like this it would probably kill him from here on out. So he set about trying to get the young man to try and utilize ki control at the same time of using One for All, and the boy was actually really receptive to that kind of training. He may have said some grumbles about how he really wanted to just get rid of the power, so he didn't have to talk to Vestige's second and third, but he'd much rather have Nana, and the other. Good. Vestige's stay was alarming. But it was a start, although Gohan wished he could see what the boy's mind held since he'd tried to read the boy's mind after their talk in the bath about closing in on 4 months prior to beginning their training. When asked about his mentor in the whole hatred of his own quirk, Gohan was surprised to hear that Izuku mentioned how the man was supportive of him but had actually agreed with the other 2 Vestiges, which left a very sour feeling in the boy's mind. Gohan could only hope and pray that everything was going all right on Trunks' side of things outside of the chamber, because from how Izuku was showing these new feelings he was holding back, it'd only be a matter of time before the boy himself would become a Super Saiyan had he been a Saiyan from birth. Outside of the time chamber, it had only been a few hours since Izuku and Gohan had entered the time chamber as a whole. Trunks had left Mr. Popo after eating some food, that way he wouldn't be returning back to his mother's home and using the time machine to save the past. He flew over to West City as he saw the ruins of the city as a whole and shook his head as he lowered himself down in the atmosphere towards Capsule Corporation. Landing just outside of the place, he entered the main building as he went into the basement of the place. Walking around in the dark, he activated Super Saiyan to see better and found his mother sleeping on a cot nearby. He smiled at her softly before pulling a blanket over her unconscious form. It appeared that her time of working on the time machine took a lot more of a toll on her than he originally thought. But this was his chance to change the future. He will be waiting for Gohan to exit the time chamber with Izuku, and if those 2 can defeat the androids before he gets back, then it will have been fate for his mentor to save the future. But at the same time, he could live with the fact that he saved the previous timeline from becoming like his own. He turned the time machine into a capsule as he prepared to leave when a voice called out to him. "Trunks, it seems like you've grown." Bulma's voice rang out in the room. "Yeah, Mom. I trained in the time chamber with Gohan for a year, and I know that we're both strong enough to defeat the androids. But I still plan on going to the past to save Goku. We don't know if altering the past will change anything here." "Might as well try, right?" Trunks asked, with a smile. "You really take the best things from Gohan, you know that. I really wish that he was your father and not that stubborn man Vegeta, but what can I do? Make sure to save Goku and everyone else, also see if there is an Izuku Midoriya in the past timeline as well. We can't be too sure that we're the only one with his assistance." Bulma encouraged before making the boy promise. "I know, Mom, his presence here was not expected, but it's very much welcomed," Trunks said, leaving the building. Standing outside the corporation building, Trunks pulled out the time machine. As he climbed into it, he read the manual on how to utilize it to the best ability from his mother's notes and couldn't help but notice how Izuku was the one who wrote these notes down. He smiled at noticing how smart the boy was. Had he been someone who didn't wish to become a hero like that All Might guy, he could have been one of the smartest humans that his world could have ever seen. Hell, he could have been the first one to make time travel a thing. "This is it, my chance to save the life of someone who mattered so much to Mother. Time to change the future," Trunks mumbled as he pressed a few buttons. The machine moved into the sky as the rotator blades around the ship itself had begun to spin in a counterclockwise formation. The young man watched on in awe as the machine slowly gained a small aura that was similar to Gohan's pure white aura before it disappeared from the sight of the future timeline. As he floated in between different dimensions, he found himself looking at the time-space around him as it was a mixture of blues, reds, blacks, whites, and many more colors. He smiled as the time machine appeared in the wasteland near Idiot Rock, and as he placed the machine inside a capsule once more. He felt the wind blow his hair around as he took in the previous timeline's wastelands. It was so beautiful. Much more so than his timeline's version of it. He noticed a high power level entering the Earth's atmosphere and immediately flew towards it. He was already close enough as he stood on a nearby plateau as he watched a massive ship land near Idiot Rock and couldn't help but wonder why it was called that. But as soon as the ship landed on the ground, a few dozen soldiers came out and lined up for their leaders. A metallic-looking Frieza came out of the ship with spare parts all over his body, as well as a taller individual who looked eerily similar to Frieza's second form from what Gohan informed him about his travels on Namek. But there was something odd about his energy. It wasn't being suppressed, it was as though this was the highest form of power he could utilize, and it was literally just a few numbers ahead of Frieza's own. Smirking to himself, he immediately landed on the ground in front of the two frost demons. "And who are you?" a metallic but very scratchy voice called out. "Hello Frieza, and I'm here to kill you," Trunks said, with a very cocky smirk on his face. Chapter text. Explosions were appearing all over the place inside the time chamber. Izuku was moving towards Gohan at high speeds as the man moved through them with great experience. Izuku landed in front of the mentor-like figure as he sent a ki blast into the man's chest that had launched him backwards. Landing on the ground, he would get back up before rushing Izuku as the two slammed their fists against one another, creating a quite large shockwave. As the two were blasted back from the shockwave sending them backwards, they skidded across the ground as they glared into one another's eyes. But before they could finish their stare down, Izuku felt something hurt in his mind as he fell to a knee. Placing a hand over his head, he felt a massive amount of pain coming from danger sense. It wasn't that it was inherently surrounding them, it was that danger sense was causing him to realize something bad was happening outside of it, and as he looked at Gohan, the man was giving him a worried expression. "Are you all right, kid?" Gohan asked, kneeling to help him up. I'm fine. Well, no, I have a massive headache. And I feel as though danger sense is giving me a foreboding presence outside of this place," Izuku said, as he struggled to walk around. "If that's true, then that means the androids have finally found the lookout. Come on, we have to go," Gohan called out, as the two flew towards the door. By the time they reached the door, Gohan used his telekinetic abilities granted to him through ki control and pulled the door open. And as soon as they rushed through the door and rushed out to the top layer of the lookout, they found Mr. Popo being pierced through his chest by 17. The man was letting out a soft gasp of air before all that remained of him was his clothes as they fell off the android's arm as the young man looked at them with confusion writ on his features. Izuku, looking at how he'd saved Popo only for the man to die literally a few hours later, felt a surge of fury and sadness take over his mind. With tears flowing from his eyes, he rushed the two androids with sad fury in his expression. Gohan followed after him as Izuku sent a powerful ki-enhanced quirk-charged kick into 17's face, blasting him off the lookout as Gohan slammed a fist into 18's face as she was sent in the same direction. As the two left the lookout, they moved towards their respective androids as they had flown towards the two and kept them apart. Izuku moved swift against 17 as the young android had sent a kick towards him that Izuku ducked and released Black Whip out of his back, wrapping around the limb and pulling him in and sending an upward strike at his chin. The android was lifted into the air before Izuku pulled Black Whip down, slamming 17 into the ground. Izuku then grabbed the young man before yanking him up in the air as he spun the android around faster and faster before releasing him from Black Whip and launching 17 through multiple plateaus. As the rocks fell over the android, Izuku felt as though 17 would take a small amount of time to get out of the rubble and moved to assist Gohan in taking down 18 in a way reminiscent of how they teamed up on Gohan. Appearing next to Gohan, they swiftly moved by 18's defenses as they sent a flurry of attacks her direction. She dodged and weaved through Izuku's attacks as though they were nothing, but kept getting hit by Gohan's attacks. With how the two were covering the weaknesses of the other, they had managed to back 18 into a corner as she tried to take Izuku out immediately. But before she could, Gohan had blocked her hit with his leg before he slammed his arm into her gut. As she coughed up spittle and leaned over, Gohan had then grabbed her arm and launched her into the sky. Pulling an arm back, he placed 2 fingers on his forehead as he began to charge an attack, with Izuku moving swiftly and kicking 18 in the face as she growled at him angrily. And before she could even do anything to attack, Izuku had wrapped Black Whip around her body, constricting her to barely struggling to escape. As 17 finally escaped from the rubble, he looked over in the sky to find Izuku floating in the air holding his sister still. Unaware of what was happening, he flew at Izuku with speed that would have made Gohan about a few months ago completely shocked, and when he was closing in on Izuku, the young man took notice of him with his eyes. And before 17 could react in time, Izuku had him wrapped up in Black Whip as well, pulling him in front of 18 as well. The two struggled a lot to escape from the black tendrils that wrapped around their form, keeping their chests open for an attack. And as they struggled, they heard a voice they thought was dead. Special beam cannon. Gohan yelled as 17 and 18 looked down to the ground. A purple and red spiraling beam had rushed towards them as 17 tried to create an energy shield before Izuku squeezed Black Whip tighter to stop him from creating it. And before the two androids could even escape from his hold, the special beam cannon pierced through their torsos as they let out screams of pain and anguish as the beam then went into the sky. Once Izuku let the two free from his hold, he pulled back his arms as green electricity had formed around his palms, a green energy forming in them as he charged as much power as he could. Buster Flame, Izuku called out, and from his hands a flaming beam of energy blasted the androids who were weaker than him due to their damage were reduced to ashes. Gohan and Izuku fell to the ground as they stared at the remains of their opponents before looking at one another with what appeared to be not really shock but apprehension. They waited for the androids to suddenly appear and say that they weren't even using their full power again, but nothing happened. In fact, they found the ascot that 17 had been wearing flit to the ground softly in the wind, showing that the two were in fact completely dead. We did it. I can't believe we did it. Gohan said, as he placed a hand on his head. Well, at least you don't need to worry about them anymore. Izuku said, reaching a hand out. Grabbing his hand, the two stood upright and looked at the clearing sky. The sun was rising off in the distance, as if to show that a new age was being shown to the world, an age without the androids there to prevent them from ever having peace. Taking to the sky, the two flew towards Capsule Corporation with smiles on their faces. Izuku couldn't wait to show off his new power to Bulma as the woman had wanted to see his full power and record it with his quirk information. It was only a few minutes later that the two arrived at the corporation that housed Bulma. Entering through the main entrance, they walked through the halls as they came across Bulma sitting on a nearby couch. She looked at the two, seeing some scuff marks on their outfits as well as faces, but overall, the two were giving her happy smiles. And for once, Bulma decided to lower her guard and ask them a question. Is there a reason you're giving me a smile, you two? She asked, looking at the two. Yeah, the androids have finally been defeated. Izuku said, looking at the woman. Wait, really? But it's only been a day since Trunks had left. Bulma said, as Gohan smirked. We managed to defeat them, and it's all thanks to Izuku here. He managed to hold both androids in his black whip thingy, allowing me the time to use Mr. Piccolo's ultimate move. Gohan informed the woman as Bulma placed a hand over her mouth. He would be extremely proud of you, Gohan, and I am sure your father would feel the same. Bulma said, placing a palm on his shoulder. Did you ever find out what happened to my mother? Gohan asked, as he looked at her worriedly. Your mother didn't make it after you left. She died of heartbreak. After losing your father, she went catatonic, at least from what Ox King told me on the phone. But she died due to heart complications, the same way your father did. Bulma said, breaking the bad news to him. Gohan didn't show any emotion on his face as he nodded. He had a feeling that his mother had died. He couldn't sense her energy on the Earth after a few years, about 6 months before his supposed final battle against the androids before Izuku had rescued him. So the fact that she really was dead, it hurt him, but not as much as not being there to help her through the motions. Gohan left the room with small tears forming in his eyes as Bulma looked at him with a happy smile. So do you want to know what Trunks is currently doing? Bulma asked. Sure thing, Izuku replied as the two walked through the building. The next morning, Izuku woke up in a bed from Capsule Corporation. He took in his surroundings as he thought about his decisions with what to do with One for All. It wasn't that he didn't wish to give it to someone else. No. In fact, he was just getting annoyed with how Second and Third have been so untrustful towards those around him, stating that he shouldn't trust them and that they could be trying to use his kind nature against him. And with how All Might hasn't been really helping matters when he asked Izuku multiple times why he isn't trying to get better with One for All, the boy had informed him many times that he just couldn't get stronger. The quirk was really holding him back. And wasn't that something to think about for Izuku? One for All was actually detrimental to his growth as a warrior, as Gohan put it in the time chamber, and this power he held onto was not really helping him in terms of his enemies. So he took a deep breath and entered Bulma's lab and found her working on a new project, Walking up behind her, he announced his presence by making his footsteps louder for the woman to hear. As soon as she heard his presence, she pulled out from under whatever contraption she was creating and looked at him, and she noticed how he looked as though he needed a lot of sleep. "You look like shit, kid, what's wrong?" she asked. "Do you think that you can make a portal that goes back to my dimension using my DNA?" Izuku asked, as Bulma just looked at him. "I can, but what is the reason for this?" Bulma asked, as Izuku sighed. "Bulma, I've told you about One for All, right?" Izuku asked, as Bulma nodded. "Then you should know that One for All is becoming more of a detriment to my overall growth as a warrior and fighter. I know that I had wanted to become a hero in my world, but my home is already safe with hundreds if not millions of heroes protecting that world. And out of everyone there who supported my dreams of becoming a hero in that world, nobody even cared about it. I'm not even sure if my dad is really real in that world, since I've never met him before. My mother didn't really care for my existence during middle school since I kept getting in trouble with the school staff. My mentor, All Might, the man is the greatest hero in my dimension, but even he didn't think I could be a hero without a quirk. And now I have power without a quirk, but it's causing the vestiges to fight amongst one another. I need to give One for All away to someone else," Izuku said, as Bulma just stared at him with a sad expression. "How old are you again, Izuku?" Bulma asked, as Izuku mentioned he was turning 17 in a few months. "Well then, I think that you should know this. It doesn't matter whether you have power or not, it's not your quirk, power, race, or whatever that makes you a hero. It's the choices you make to get to that point that matter, not only that, but the heart, spirit and mind of that person that defines them as a hero," Bulma said, before standing up straight and cracking her back and other bones. "But I think I can make a portal to your world. If I can make a time machine to go back in time, then I can definitely create a dimensional hopper machine to help you get home as well as a return device should you wish to come back here," Bulma said, as she got right to work. She also used a needle to pull a good amount of blood from Izuku in an attempt to make sure that she could make more of it later on. It also helped that his blood type was O, meaning that it could be used all over the world to help those who needed blood transfusions. With that all said and done, Izuku left the workshop and walked into the kitchen. As he sat at the table there, only to see Trunks sitting there with a cup of tea in his hands as he was calming his raging heartbeat. Looking confused at the young man, Izuku waved the boy over as he walked near him and sat down next to him. "So what has you looking extremely nervous?" Izuku asked, as Trunks laughed. "I just met my father a few hours ago. And needless to say, I have no idea how my mother even came to love that man. He's just so arrogant and prideful, it just doesn't even make sense at how he's my father somehow," Trunks said, feeling lost. "Hey, I never met my own father either, so we're in that same department. For all I know, my dad could be All Might's worst enemy," Izuku said, chuckling. About that, Yagi's voice rang in Izuku's mind. "Don't tell me," Izuku returned the retort to the man. "Yeah, he is your father. Sorry young Midoriya," All Might said, with a sigh. "Man, today is just not either of our days." Izuku thought to the man. "You and me both. I'm sorry for having One for All essentially be a way for you to become a hero. I needed a successor when we met," Yagi said, as Izuku shook his head. "Don't worry, I chose to take One for All from you. It was my choice to use One for All after meeting you. You were my idol, and now I think I should personally live where I am staying at currently. I wish you could tell my friends that I'll miss them, after visiting to give them the quirk," Izuku said, as Yagi gave a gruff sound before ending their connection. "So now that you've helped us save our future, what are your plans, Izuku?" Trunks asked. "I plan on staying around here. I asked your mom if she could create a portal back to my dimension, just so that I could give off One for All to one of them. My home world should be completely safe since I've been gone for so long," Izuku said, as Trunks looked at him weirdly. "Didn't you come here when you were searching for this All for One guy?" Trunks asked. "I was, but I'm pretty sure that everyone there is safe. But if they're not, I will be far more capable of ending him swiftly," Izuku said, nodding his head. That sounds arrogant, Trunks quipped as Izuku glared at him. Far from it, last I checked I was able to kill Shigaraki when I was searching for him. I had the power at the time in order to put the villain down, but I was just trying to save his soul, something that I only recently found was just me seeing things. Izuku said, as he looked at the wall. The two remained at the table as they thought about what to do from this point onward. For Trunks, he would have to return back to the past in about 3 years, and he couldn't turn the time machine forwards a few years so that he could arrive at the perfect time. No, he would have to wait 3 years before being capable of returning back there to help them out with the androids, but this provided the two of them the time to actually see if Izuku's timeline needed some assistance. Izuku had informed Trunks multiple times over in the last few months that they'd known one another that Trunks and Gohan would probably become a threat in his world had they both been evil in nature. When asked why, Izuku had told him that the powers the two of them wield would be treated as though they were quirks. And with the simple fact that they are so focused on quirks and not the other powers one can gain with simple training, they were bound to lose to both Gohan and Trunks, but if they were to come across All for One, they would need to be extremely cautious and not take any chances. And for both Izuku and Trunks, the two kept up their training as Gohan had begun to get closer to Bulma, as the two were very lonely individuals. It wasn't until later on that year that Izuku found the two sitting in the living room talking to one another in hushed tones. Leaving the two to be alone in the room, Izuku went to find somewhere else to try and gather some peace in mind. Bulma had taken some time off for making the portal to his world. It wasn't something that he was too keen on returning to, since nobody even really cared about him, aside from the friends he'd made there in Ua. He eventually made it outside and found Trunks walking around with a young woman with black hair and appeared to be around his own age. It was here that Izuku was feeling as though he'd be alone for some time, not that he really minded, he didn't belong in this world anyway. He sat outside taking in some of the heat from the sun as he began to meditate. He wanted to see if there was anything he could do to make sure that second and third could see his way of seeing things, but from what the last few months have shown for him, they were a very hard group to force to see reason. Sighing softly, he allowed himself to drift out of consciousness and enter the vestige world whilst he meditated. Standing up in the broken castle that housed the previous wielders of One for All, Izuku entered the main area of it as he found Yoichi, Nana, Hikage, Yagi, and Daigoro all sitting in their seats whilst second and third were still not sitting in their seats. Well, there goes that idea of getting the two of them to see reason, Izuku mumbled, catching their attention. Is there something wrong, Ninth? Yoichi asked, curiously. On a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you all wish to stay with me? And based entirely on me being the son of your brother as well as everyone's nemesis from the dawn of quirks? Izuku asked, as he looked at each one. Young Midoriya, you already know the answer from me. I'm surprised to be sure, but I still believe in the fact that you'd never turn out like your father. Yagi said, looking at his successor. I wouldn't mind leaving, your world still needs someone wielding our power if All for One is still around. Hikage said, staying neutral. Our goal was to defeat All for One and prevent him from taking over the world. With you and you not wishing to return back home, it's probably best to pass One for All off to someone else. Your vestige will be deleted from One for All though, En said, as he looked at Izuku in sympathy. I'm fine with it, I would just prefer those of you to contact the 10th wielder of the quirk to teach them how to use the quirk itself. Izuku said, as they all gave him grim nods. Second and third had their thoughts about Izuku, but they had glanced over at the boy as he looked at them now. It appeared most of the others had made their decisions to head into a different host. Second, though, he was thinking about being harsher towards the 9th wielder, however. I'd be glad to be away from you, your presence is revolting to me. Second growled. I'm sorry kid, but I'm with Chief on this. It's nothing personal from me, I kind of find you to be a very tactical fighter. Third said, saying pretty much the same as second but letting Izuku off softer. Well, that's a first, never had someone outright tell me to my face their reason for hating me. But I could care less, Izuku said, as he was prepared to leave. There was one voice, however, that made sure everyone knew his stance on this whole affair. I will leave with you all, but I would rather do something for the young man. Daigoro said, as he stood up from his seat. He walked over to where Izuku stood near the door to their broken castle. He raised a palm over to Izuku, who watched as a pure crimson-colored orb floated over to him, causing the others to stare at the man in shock. Izuku was more confused as to how Daigoro learned how to utilize ki inside the vestige world, but the man smirked at him with a smile on his face. "You kid are one of the best users of this damn quirk that I've ever seen. I wouldn't have put it past you to have become the strongest user of One for All in your world had you decided to stay. And because of the different ways you've used Black Whip, I gave you a parting gift to remember me. From my perspective, you were like the son I never could have," Daigoro said, as Izuku looked at him weirdly. "You're right, that's weird. You're like the nephew I never had. The successor I could have asked for to train myself," Daigoro said, rubbing the boy's head of hair. As soon as Izuku left the vestige world, Second and Third just growled at the man. "What was your plan in doing that?" Second growled. "I just gave him a little gift for being the one person who had searched for All for One longer than even 8 did in a singular week. Not only that, but 9th managed to get more crime off the streets far better and faster than 8 did," Daigoro said, with a smirk. "What did you give him?" Nana asked, curious. "You stayed quiet during the whole spiel. You're like a second mother to the boy. I would have thought you'd have more to say to him," Daigoro said, as Nana shrugged. "I gave him my knowledge on how to create Black Whip from ki energy," Daigoro said, with a smirk. "You gave him your quirk?" Third called out incredulously. "Of course, he will need to utilize that quirk through ki in the future. Black Whip is an extremely versatile quirk that is really useful for him. Just from him being capable of utilizing it against Lady Nagant about a year ago for us, it made me think that he'd use Black Whip far more than the other quirks. Well, maybe aside from Fa Jin and Gear Shift when he mastered the two eventually," Daigoro said with a smug expression. "You better not regret this decision. We don't even know if it took your quirk out of One for All as a whole," Second said, as he turned away from the group with Third. "Geez, those two really need to get out of their gothic phases. Maybe people will like them more," Daigoro quipped as Third began to chase him around the castle. Chapter text. Izuku left his meditation. He was feeling lighter now that he knew that his predecessors wanted to leave as well. Minus whatever Banjo had decided to give him, and as he made his way inside Capsule Corp, he went into the training facility that was made originally for Vegeta earlier before he'd ever known about this place. As he trained on his lonesome, he was too focused on making sure that he was stronger that he'd never noticed someone new poking their face inside the room to see him training on his own. They kept staring at him for a long while as Izuku continued through the motions of shadowboxing as he sent thrusts of his fists and kicks in different directions that subtly had increased his power over time. By the time Izuku was feeling as though he was being watched, he began to turn around when he felt the presence leave. Looking to the doorway where he felt that he was being watched, he shook his head thinking it was nothing since danger sense didn't warn him about the presence being there in the first place. And as he continued to train by himself, he began to play around with the gravity room's gravity console as he used a higher level of gravity stronger than Earth's. When he felt the increase of pressure on his body, he worked through it, forcing his body to adjust at a faster rate and pushing himself to the upper limits. Him training like this would continue for weeks, Bulma's research on creating a portal into another dimension working wonders. Especially more so when he had resupplied her with more blood that allowed him to save lives who needed his blood to survive. She had just completed the massive portal and was working on a small watch that would allow him to return back home after he completes his mission. That was until she heard a massive explosion come from the other side of the building. Having flashbacks to a previous time that something exploded at her place of work, she rushed over to where the explosion had happened and slammed the door to the gravity room open. And inside she saw something that was so similar to Vegeta that she couldn't ever feel mad again. There on the ground, covered in some workout equipment, was Izuku as he'd blasted a hole in the training room just to get the bars of weights off his body to escape. His entire form was burnt, bruised as well as injured from head to toe. Rushing over to him whilst turning off the gravity in the room from its not so high level of around 100x Earth's gravity and walked over to him. Pulling the boy out of the rubble, she yanked him over to the resting area nearby as she bandaged his body up as much as she could. It wasn't much longer before Gohan and Trunks had come over to see what happened when they saw Izuku in such a display of injury that they looked to Bulma for information. He'd trained himself too hard in here. He tried to do some normal workouts with the gravity chamber activated. Seriously, you'd think he was smarter than this. Bulma muttered, as she finished bandaging Izuku. Sorry, I just wanted to become as strong as possible. Izuku said, struggling to sit upright. Just stay down, kid, you need to get some rest. After surviving an explosion like this, you shouldn't be capable of standing. Gohan said, holding the boy still. Not the first explosion I've taken before. Izuku growled out as he leaned upright. Shit, not this again. Gohan grumbled. Gohan, what are you talking about? Trunks asked, worriedly. This stupid talk about taking things like it was normal. Did you finish that portal to his world, Bulma? Gohan asked, as Izuku perked up at this. Actually, yes I did, just need to finish the watch to help him transfer himself back. After which we will be destroying the portal. Bulma said, as Izuku nodded. That's good, me and Trunks will be going with him in order to check his world out. Gohan said, without even mentioning that they will take no for an answer. With that, the two young men left the place and began to head to their training location that they were sparring at. With Izuku and Bulma, the woman had placed him in a bed just inside the lab where she had been working on her newest project. As he watched her complete the newest project in peace and quiet, he felt that the silence was calming for him. There was nothing forcing him to become stronger in this world. But now though, he had to get stronger so that he could prove he could become a hero without a quirk at all, although from what he could test out, his power in base was not really that powerful compared to All for One. So whilst he kept to himself in the room, he heard the small sounds of Bulma welding and small clinging of using materials to make her newest creation. He watched as she finished the first watch that would allow him to move between dimensions without any problem at all, just that it would take a small bit of his blood to complete. As he sat upright, his body finished its small amount of healing, he walked over to sit next to Bulma as the woman finished her small device before completing another one in just as much time. He stayed quiet as Bulma had glanced at him once or twice as she worked, and he couldn't understand what was wrong with the way he talked about things. It's not as though he'd been through explosions before, it was a constant when he grew up in his dimension, so he didn't see the problem in that department. It wasn't until Bulma had sighed and placed the third and final watch on the table as she pulled her goggles off and looked at the young man who was watching her completed project with awe. All right, little guy, we need to have a talk, Bulma said, as Izuku looked up at her. What's wrong? Izuku asked, worriedly. It's not what's wrong with me, it's what's wrong with you. Izuku, how many times have you suffered the effects of an explosion in your life? Bulma asked. Well, it started when I was 4. But it just got worse over time, and I hadn't experienced any kind of problems from it as I grew up. Izuku said, as Bulma took a slow but deep breath. Izuku, as much as I hate to tell you this, a child, much less you, should have had to deal with being used as target practice with a power that allowed them to create explosions. Bulma said, as Izuku rubbed his left arm. I know that, but the thought is that I've had to go through so many explosions that this one was barely anything in comparison. Izuku said, looking away. Izuku, look at me, kid. Bulma said, forcing the boy to look at him, holding the sides of his face with her palms. As a 4-year-old, you shouldn't have had to deal with those kinds of things. Much less explosions from that of a boy who was around your age. Bulma stated as Izuku looked down. Izuku, I need you to listen to me. No matter what you think, you need to know that you shouldn't have suffered the way you did, you should have gotten help. Someone there to at least help you from all the bullying and suffering you had taken. Bulma had stated, pulling the boy into a hug. Izuku didn't know what was happening, the fact that Bulma had stated that his past shouldn't have ever happened. Or the simple fact that she knew about the fact that from his comment of being used in explosions was definitely not a good way of stating that he was fine. And the final words she'd stated in her comment caused his heart to clench as his entire form began to tremble with barely restrained sadness as tears fell from his eyes. Bulma held him tight to her as Izuku slowly began to cry in her embrace as he trembled even more than when he had been sitting next to her. They stayed like this for a while, and by the time Gohan and Trunks arrived the two young men found the two like this. Gohan had taken note of how emotional Izuku was appearing to be at the moment and held Trunks outside the room for these last few moments as Izuku and Bulma finished their talk. Once Bulma had stood up leaving Izuku alone in the room once more, she entered the hallway where Gohan and Trunks were at. She held all three watches in her hand knowing full well that if she left Izuku in there alone, he probably would have used one and left immediately without anyone else to assist him. "Did you break through to him?" Gohan asked, quietly. "Yes, I did. He just needed someone who was more like a mother than the one he had in his dimension. The fact that his own mother didn't believe in his dreams infuriates me. As a mother myself I allowed Trunks to fight the androids, granted it was so long as you were there Gohan," Bulma said, as Gohan nodded. "I learned early on that I wasn't strong enough to fight the androids though. This is a 16-year-old human boy, he wears his emotions on his sleeve, but I've never seen or heard him talk about his past. Not once since he first moved here, just small comments about what he's been through," Trunks said, as Gohan nodded. "When I was in the time chamber with the kid, he didn't really talk all that much, but he did inform me about some of his past. And needless to say, it wasn't pretty. I told Bulma about it when we got back a month ago. I just didn't think she'd need the information this soon," Gohan said, grimacing. "Well, at least we can see what his timeline is like," Trunks said, trying to be happy. "Yeah, let's go," Gohan said, placing the watch on his wrist. "You want a cool robotic arm when you get back?" Bulma asked, calling out to the two men. Gohan looked at Trunks, before glancing at his missing limb before shaking his head. "I'd rather keep fighting with one arm. The more people who don't take me seriously will be a far easier fight in order to defeat them that much faster. An opponent who lowers their guard is a very horrible fighter," Gohan informed as he walked into the room with Trunks. Entering the room the two young men found Izuku standing in the middle of the lab. He stared at the portal as well as the tech that was used in order to make such a thing possible for them to use right now. Gohan walked over and placed a palm on Izuku's left shoulder as he gave the boy a small smile when Bulma entered the room with her glasses covering her eyes. She began typing on the computer nearby as she looked at the information given to her by Izuku's blood. Once she managed to find the location of which Izuku had been taken from his world and brought here, she placed them in. She turned to the young men behind her as she saw their muscular frames walking towards the now active portal as it rippled with use. She smiled at them as Izuku pressed a button on his watch to begin taking a large amount of his blood to activate their part of the portal. And almost instantly they were pulled into the rippling power waves of the portal device and disappeared from the future timeline. She couldn't wait to see what they act like when they return. Appearing in the main area of Kamino Ward, Izuku stared at the melted statue of All Might. Looking around the area, he found that there appeared to have been a fight in this location after he'd left. And seeing the burned scuffs on the ground, it appeared as though he'd been taken away from this world for around at least a week at most. He stood upright and flew high into the sky as he flew towards the one place that would know what was going on at the moment. And as the trio were on their way over to Ua, Gohan and Trunks were watching Izuku's body language. The fact that he hasn't said a word meant that something was off. For a few minutes the trio flew across the sky when they heard the sounds of fighting in the distance. Rushing over to assist in whatever was happening, everyone appeared on the battlefield as they found Bakugo fighting two people at once. All for One and Shigaraki Tamura were beating down Bakugo, who was having extreme trouble with his opponents. Izuku immediately flew in as he sent a kick at Shigaraki, blasting the villain away from Bakugo, who had looked up in shock and awe at how fast Izuku had appeared. Deku?" he asked, confused and shocked. "Not now, Kachan. Deal with All for One. I will handle Shigaraki," Izuku replied tersely as he flew after Tamura. "You better not die again, Deku," Kachan called out as he continued his fight with the younger All for One. Off to the side, Gohan and Trunks stood on a nearby building as they watched the boy who had caused all of Izuku's pain fight against a villain. Gohan was staring at the boy, sensing his energy, and from what he could view, the boy had clearly changed his ways, but the fact that he still called Izuku by that derogatory nickname infuriated the man. He clenched his fist as he glared at the man in front of Bakugo, who was giving the young man a hard time. Trunks, do you want to do the honors? Gohan asked, as Trunks smirked. Will do, Gohan. How strong is the villain though? Trunks asked, as he stretched his limbs. From what I can tell, he's far weaker than Izuku currently is. That Bakugo boy is stronger based on energy usage but has lost most of his stamina, so he'll need assistance. Gohan said, as Trunks launched himself at AFO with a nod. As Trunks rushed AFO, the man looked to his right this time and noticed the purple-haired young man pulling a fist back to slam it into his face. He dodged the attack as fast as he could, but felt a knee slam itself into his gut, causing him to let out a horrid cough of pain. Bakugo saw the young man's entrance as something of shock that he'd never seen this guy before as he called out to him. Are you a hero from another country or something? He called out. Just an ally for the moment, just charge up your strongest blast and kill this guy. Trunks called out as Bakugo didn't need to be told twice. As Gohan watched the fight, he sensed a power off in the distance slowly begin to fall. And flying in that direction, he found another battle nearing its end as he touched down near two young girls who were next to one another. The girl on the ground was being given blood for the fatal blow the other one had dealt to her. Both girls took note of Gohan's appearance as they saw his singular muscular arm as he knelt down next to them. Are you all right? He asked, as the girl who looked exactly like the girl on the ground nodded. See, can you get Ochako-chan to the hospital? I didn't mean to hurt her like this. The lookalike begged. I can do something far better. Gohan said, as he pulled out a green bean. What's a bean going to do? She's going to die, the lookalike growled. This isn't just any bean, Faker, this is a special one. It will heal her wounds and restore her strength. Gohan informed as Ochako stared at it. It won't hurt, right? She asked, scared. No, it will heal your wounds, he said, as the girl had her body lifted. Gohan placed the bean in her mouth as she chewed it as much as possible before swallowing. The effect was instant as she stared at her body in awe. This caused Gohan to stand up and begin to walk away as Ochako ran over to him, placing a couple fingers on his large hand. Looking down at her, she gave him a look that questioned what he was doing. Do you know where Deku-kun is? She asked, worry evident in her eyes. Why do you call that boy a derogatory name? You know its meaning, right? Gohan asked, looking at her with a very unamused expression. I helped Deku-kun think that it could mean, you can do it, it means that in Kansai. Ochako said, as Gohan stood still. His face was covered in shadows, but from what Izuku mentioned about this girl, she was one to be nice to him. Same with a boy with engines in his legs as well as a boy with red and white colored hair. So as he nodded at the girl, he took to the skies as he flew off in the direction of where Izuku's power was increasing by the second. Not only that, but the energy of Shigaraki Tamura was lowering swiftly. He smiled to himself as the young man he helped train was actually defeating a dangerous enemy and making sure the man wouldn't come back. With Izuku, the young man was pummeling Shigaraki Tamura without any kind of mercy. The man was being blasted across the vast landscape before Izuku kicked the man into the air as he ragdolled through the wind as he caught himself in the air as Izuku slammed another fist into his chin, blasting him up again. It would remain like this until Izuku managed to lower the man's regeneration factor before punching a hole in his chest without any kind of mercy as he coughed up blood as well as spittle. I thought you wanted to save me. Shigaraki questioned, as Izuku growled. I did, but the best way to save someone is by killing them. You wanted to be stopped, but the only way to do that is not by talking, but by ending your life. If you were a kinder person after activating your quirk Tamura, you probably could have been an excellent rescue hero. But you used your power for nothing but your own gain and the needless killing of others. Izuku said, before he pulled back a hand. Shigaraki watched with morbid fascination as the palm began to glow with a power that definitely wasn't a quirk that One for All could utilize. He reached a hand over to try and disintegrate Izuku, but the young man had pulled the hand in front of his face before his own hand touched the energy, creating a burning sensation. Before Shigaraki could understand what was about to happen, however, Izuku blasted him into ashes, preventing him from coming back from the brink of death. Izuku looked over his shoulder, seeing another blast of energy go into the sky with the scream of AFO as the man was blasted into the upper atmosphere. As soon as Izuku flew over to Bakugo, Izuku touched down to ask him a singular question. Looking around, he found what he was looking for, or rather who. Laying on the ground not even a few feet away from Bakugo was All Might, his entire torso completely torn in half as he looked at the sky with nothing but a smile on his face, a complete contrast to the gruesome scene in front of himself. The clouds had moved out of the way to reveal that he had his eyes wide open when he looked high, and Izuku knelt down next to the body. Covering the man's eyes, and closing the eyelids, he looked back at Katsuki, who was just letting tears flow out of his eyes now. He knelt next to Izuku as he placed a palm on the man's shoulder as he pulled out a trading card that he'd gotten when he was a child. Looking at Izuku, he gave the card to him before standing up and leaving. When Izuku looked over his shoulder, he found Bakugo sitting on a nearby car and waiting for him to walk over to him. So standing up and moving to him, the two boys sat on the car, their backs at one another as they waited for something to say to the other. Bakugo spoke up first. "Where did you go? We couldn't find you for a whole ass week." Bakugo asked. "You wouldn't believe me even if I told you, Kachan," Izuku said, as he shook his head. "Yeah, you're right about that. Round Face had been worried sick. She cares for you. You know that?" Bakugo asked, as Izuku sighed. "I look at her as someone who is a great friend. Nothing more," Izuku said, as he took a deep breath. "See, can you look after her and Mom?" Izuku asked, shadows covering his eyes. "I can, but are you sure that you want her with me? I know that you had a thing for Round Face and don't lie about it," Katsuki said, as he glared over his shoulder, seeing the tears falling. "I may have had a crush on her, but I know for a fact that she doesn't like me back. She cares for me like a friend, nothing more," Izuku replied as he gave the card back. "What are you going to do now?" Bakugo asked, as Izuku looked off into the distance. "I'm going to have someone else take one for all," Izuku said, as Bakugo looked at him. "What are you talking about? You can become the #1 hero with that quirk," Bakugo said, looking at Izuku now. "That's the reason why I am doing this, Bakugo. I became the hero I am now because I was given this quirk. I may have worked hard to get it, but I didn't become a hero with my own hard work. I didn't even train to become stronger to actually become a quirkless hero. Once I give off one for all, I will return to the place I was at." "I'm sorry," Izuku said, as he flew off into the sky. "Damn it, Deku. Don't leave us," Katsuki called out as he tried to run after Izuku. "Don't go after him. You've done enough to him from your past," Trunks said, as Bakugo looked at him. "I wanted to apologize to him for all that, but I never got the chance," Katsuki said, as Trunks scoffed. "Well, maybe, next time you make a friend, you don't tell them to commit suicide. That's a surefire way to get rid of one," Trunks said, flying after Izuku flanked by Gohan. The trio landed on Ai Island, and they moved around the place in search of Izuku's successor. When they came across the person of Izuku's decision, they found the girl staring at him in both shock and confusion. That was when they saw the boy pull a needle out of his backpack and stick it in his arm, pulling out a small bit of it and handing it off to her. The girl looked at Izuku in confusion as Izuku spoke to her in a quiet but soft tone. "Take one for all from me, please. I don't want it anymore," Izuku said, as he walked away. What about Ochako? I know you had feelings for her," Melissa called out, as Izuku looked at him. "I may have had feelings for Ochako, but she only cared for me as a friend," Izuku said, with a slumped form as he flew off. Melissa stared at the needle and Izuku's blood inside as she walked over to her labs. After some time researching the blood, she found the entire quirk factor of one for all inside. Izuku was really giving it away to her of all people, as much as he didn't wish to give it away due to it being a gift. He gave it to her of all people, another quirkless person, allowing her to have the power to attain her dreams of becoming a hero for herself and all other quirkless people of the world. She pulled the needle and pushed it into her own skin as she pushed the blood into her own bloodstream. Her eyes glowed a sky blue color as a small flicker of electricity moved across her face for all but a moment before we moved back to Izuku. He and Gohan were now standing near the edge of Island as they stared at the entire world from where they stood. Trunks was next to them eating some chili dogs as he happily licked up some chili from the hot dog itself as Izuku spoke up for them both to hear. I gave it to Melissa, she will be able to utilize the power far better than I ever will. Izuku said as he stared off into the distance. How long do you have until you lose one for all as a whole? Trunks asked, concerned. About a week at best, Izuku said, as he tightened his fist. Well then, let's make the most of it. I think it's high time we return to the past and save everyone from the android threat. Gohan said, as he pressed the buttons on all three of their watches forcing them to return back to Gohan and Trunks' timeline. Izuku took the longest to leave the place as he watched the sun lower in the distance. He heard footsteps coming up behind him as he found Melissa staring at him, his form slowly covered head to toe in blue light. She rushed to him and gave him a hug, something that he did back for her as she pulled back and stared into his eyes. You're leaving, she said, sadly. Yeah, this world hasn't done much to really want me here. So I'm making sure that they won't ever see me again, Izuku said, as Melissa chewed her lip. Well, did you know that Ochako really liked you? She asked, as Izuku thought about it. She only likes me as a friend, Melissa. That is all, she wouldn't have liked me if I was quirkless. Izuku said, reinstating the whole problem with this world. If you were born with a quirk, do you think you'd treat me the same way? Melissa asked, shadows covering her eyes. I'm not sure, there are many timelines where things are different, the same for dimensions. But personally, I've always been raised to treat everyone equally no matter if they had a quirk or not. Izuku said, staring at Melissa as his form became transparent. Well, I might as well have you leave with a parting gift then. Melissa said, as Izuku tilted his head. What are you talking about? Izuku asked, confused. Before he could react, Melissa pushed her face into his own, pulling his slowly unforming body into her own as though to make the moment last longer. Izuku's eyes were wide open, his entire body rigid and stock still. He couldn't understand why Melissa was doing this. But when she finally pulled away, she smirked at him. You were actually someone I really liked ever since Uncle Might brought you here. You gave me hope that being a quirkless hero was possible in the sports festival for Japan. Thank you for that. Melissa said, before Izuku disappeared from his home dimension. Chapter text. Izuku slowly appeared back in the timeline where Gohan and Trunks originate. He stood with a few tears falling from his face as he remembered what Melissa told him before he had disappeared from his dimension and couldn't help but think about both her and Uraraka. Could the two of them have been in love with him had he just paid more attention to that instead of focusing on saving the world from All for One? Surely, they didn't show any kind of attraction to him before today, right? Melissa he could understand since she was very close to him when he arrived at Island for the first time with All Might as their interaction allowed them to become very quick friends. Looking at both the young man and Bulma who were looking at him with a confused expression, Izuku raised a hand to his face as he rubbed his eye and found some water on his hand. Clenching it tight before looking at Gohan and Trunks, he tried to activate One for All when he noticed something very odd. He couldn't even feel One for All. He had thought he'd have at least a week before he'd lose the power completely since he didn't complete One for All entirely up to 100%. He shook his head, having already said his goodbye when telling the previous users that he'd be giving the power away, although he was sad to find All Might dead in such a gruesome way. Shaking his head, he glanced over at Bulma as the woman looked at him worriedly as he spoke. Don't worry, just had a last-minute talk with Melissa, Izuku said, sniffling. That's not what we're worried about, Bulma said, as Izuku looked at her confusedly. What is? Izuku asked, confused. Why is there something on your arm? Bulma asked, pointing at his right arm. Looking down at the offending limb, Izuku found a small piece of paper on his sleeve. Picking the paper up, he found that it was a letter from Melissa before he'd left his dimension, and reading it brought him to tears once more. It spoke about how for a long while after he'd saved both her and her father at Island in the past that she had fallen in love with him ever since, and was why she worked well with Hatsume in order to create the full gauntlets to near perfection. The fact that Melissa didn't even shy away from telling him her feelings caused his heart to clench from the fact that someone could show that love through a letter of all things. He just walked out of the room as Bulma spoke to Gohan and Trunks about leaving him alone for some time. Not only that, but Izuku overheard about how Bulma was going to upgrade the TM in order to make sure that it can seat 3 people without any issues with space. Walking through the halls of Capsule Corporation, Izuku slowly made his way to the training room as he sat down on a chair before he slowly took in the fact that the voices of the previous users wouldn't ever be capable of returning to him. Some part of him should have felt happy that he didn't have to make himself appear crazy when talking to them, but at the same time, he really was beginning to miss their voices since they helped him in a dark part of his life. As he struggled to hold in the tears, he knelt on the ground holding a hand over his chest as his hand clenched his shirt. The pain in his chest becoming more and more worse as he felt the pain and suffering that he'd suffered for years due to One for All coming finally to a close, as well as the fact that he didn't need to hold that secret in anymore. But it came at a great cost to wield the quirk in the first place. He couldn't confide in anyone about the power of the quirk to help him train it. He couldn't tell his friends. He pseudo-told Bakugo, but that was during a moment of high emotion. He really hadn't meant to tell him that his quirk was given to him. So now here he sat on the ground, as he pulled his legs into his chest staring off into the distance. The fact that he now had nobody left in his life really hitting hard on him, no matter how much bad things he'd told Gohan about his mother and All Might. He still thought of them as parental figures in his life, although his father could really go screw a demon for all he cared. But aside from that father who never existed in his life, All Might and his mother were the only things grounding him to his path of heroism. Without his mother, he couldn't have ever lasted as long as he did when he lived with her, even if she didn't really give him that much attention or treated him like glass. All Might, however, the man was a father figure to him. So to see that the man had been torn in two, with his entrails laying on the ground, was very gruesome to see, which allowed him the thought that he was glad that his biological father was disintegrated. But the fact that the man had treated Izuku as a son to the point that he believed in everything he did up until the point he had decided to go rogue really hurt him mentally. And now that part of his life was over. He could now move on in a world that didn't know who he really was, who didn't know that he came from an alternate dimension of heroes who had become so corrupt that they didn't care for the civilians aside from getting a simple paycheck or fame. Shaking his head, Izuku turned on the training machine, preparing to do some light training when the door behind him opened up. Pausing in his movement, he turned his head around and was met with a very beautiful woman with dark brown hair, blue eyes that looked similar to the androids that he'd fought a few days prior. But her figure was downright making him blush from how she strutted into the room, looking around as though searching for something, or someone. "Oh, sorry, I didn't know you were in here. I can just leave and allow you to do what you were planning on doing," the woman said, as Izuku shook his head. "Don't, I was just about to train. What were you about to do?" Izuku asked, covering his emotions again. "Oh, I was going to just fix the training room. To project an area where you could fight people who had been seen in the past," the woman said, pushing her glasses up, blocking her beautiful blue orbs. "Oh, okay. You can do that. I can wait," Izuku said, rubbing the back of his neck. "It shouldn't take more than a few hours. And once that is done, I will be out of your hair," the woman said, as Izuku took a closer look at the woman. She wore small heels, but at the same time wore a red and blue checkered undershirt underneath her lab coat. Her hair was frazzled in all directions as though it were curly hair, and her figure was something he'd never seen a mature woman to have in his life. Sure, he'd fought Lady Nagant, but her figure was that of a very voluptuous hitwoman who had years under her belt for seducing men who were of high status. This was a mere scientist who had been thinking about upgrading the training facility to make sure that Izuku had a far better time training himself to the upper limit. As he began to focus more on her figure, a fact that was causing him to blush even more, the woman had moved some parts of the gravity machine aside so she could implement the whole past villain modules. And since she was leaning over, her rear was moving side to side, enticing the young man to just keep watching as though he were watching a promo. Her thick thighs that were being held tight in her tight stockings caused him to swallow hard as he turned around to leave the room to get a drink of water. Once the door was opened and closed, the woman let out a sigh of relief before getting back to work. She'd never had someone keep that close an eye on her before. Returning from his water break to rejuvenate himself from all the fluids lost earlier in his emotional breakdown, Izuku had found the woman was nowhere to be seen. As he walked over to the completed and readjusted gravity chamber, tilting his head at the controls, he pushed a button that changed the environment in the room. Gone was the massive display of the gravity room, now replaced with a wasteland that was covered to the brim with destructible surfaces. Off in the distance he could hear the sound of something or someone coming closer to his location, and as he looked up, he found the person who was giving him these bad vibes. Standing across from him was a man who appeared to have long spiky hair and wore some weird kind of armor. His tail was wrapped around his waist as he glared at Izuku with intent to kill, and as he charged a ki blast in his hand to throw at Izuku, he overheard the man speak. "So you are the strongest on this planet, let's see how you handle my double Sunday," he called out, blasting two purple spiral beams at him. Knocking one away and blocking the other, his surrounding area was covered with smoke. He shook his head from being disorientated like that before he forced the smoke away by releasing his aura. Feeling the power under his skin allowed him to gauge himself against this opponent. They were extremely powerful compared to himself. If he had to guess, he'd lost around 90% of his full power when he'd given up one for all. So as he entered a combat stance, he prepared to fight this guy as the man entered a stance of his own. The wind created by the chamber allowed his hair to flow before Izuku rushed at the Saiyan opponent. Izuku flew fast enough to catch the man off guard as he sent a right hook at his face, that he barely caught, and Izuku sent a kick that caused him to bend over his knee. Izuku then twirled around in the air and sent another kick at his head, slamming him downward to the ground as Izuku charged a large blast of ki in his hand. The man turned around and launched a beam of energy at him as Izuku did the same. With his energy being charged for the attack, Izuku's beam of energy overpowered it completely. To be honest, this guy wasn't even powering up to a higher level of power. He was feeling as though he could take Gohan in his base form on right now and get a better challenge now that he didn't have the whole one for all problem of holding his potential growth of power back. Shaking his head, he created a ki blade and rushed towards his opponent and sliced him clean in half from the waist. And once he ended the ki blade, the man fell apart in two pieces. As Izuku was preparing to end the training session for now, he heard a voice coming from all around himself. "Ending battle simulation, huh?" Izuku asked, as the area around himself suddenly disappeared. Looking around himself, he found that he was in the air and lowered himself back to the ground. Looking at the gravity number that was applied, he was appalled at how much gravity he had withstood without even realizing it. He had withstood around 100x gravity in that fight, and nothing really happened to him. Shaking his head, he walked over to the seated area before he heard the door to the room open once more, only this time the woman from before entered. She looked around the area and found Izuku sitting on a nearby chair as she glanced at him from the corner of her eyes. "You're still here?" she asked, confused. "I came back whilst you were gone. I tried out that new program you implemented, it was nice. Although the first enemy I came across was dreadfully weak compared to Gohan and Trunks," Izuku said, as the woman laughed. "Ha ha, that's because his name is Raditz, a low-class warrior of the Saiyan kind. From what information I could glean from Bulma, the man was a total pushover compared to the other villains I have placed in there," the woman said, as Izuku found that he liked her laugh. "What's your name?" Izuku asked, curiously. "My name is Vomi Strata," she said, reaching a hand out. "Midoriya Izuku, I'm not sure if Bulma-san had informed you of this, but I'm from a different dimension," Izuku said, as Vomi smiled. The two shook their hands as Izuku felt nothing short of a small electric shock as he twitched slightly before shaking his head softly. Vomi just giggled at how he was hit with a static shock and shook it off as though it were nothing, and she went to work on fixing the rest of the machine. Izuku took this time to leave the room, allowing Vomi to complete the training room's upgrades, and made his way to where Bulma was located. Once he entered her office, he found the woman working hard on the time machine's seating arrangements as she glanced over her shoulder to find Izuku leaning over the doorframe. "You know, if I had known any better, I'd say you were trying to hit on me from that far away," Bulma teased, as Izuku became a blushing mess. Please don't do that. I already know about why your relationship right now," Izuku said, looking in all directions and sensing Gohan's energy. "You do? Since when?" Bulma asked, looking at Izuku confusedly. "About yesterday per se. I saw you and Gohan sitting next to one another and decided to give you both your space when you were in the middle of creating the portal to my dimension," Izuku explained as Bulma nodded. "Well, the time machine will take a few days before we can finally head back and save Goku and the others fully. Want to help me really quick?" she asked, as Izuku nodded. The two looked at the machine as they provided different answers on how to upgrade the vehicle, and for the rest of the day the two would remain at it for the entirety of the day. Once they were nearing completion on the blueprints to complete the seating arrangements for the time machine, they both decided it was time to rest for the day. Entering the kitchen, they found Trunks and Gohan sitting at the table eating something light before taking note of the two who had bags under their eyes. "I'd ask if you both got sleep, but from what it appears you didn't," Gohan quipped as Bulma lightly smacked his right arm. Yeah, drink it all up, Gohan," Bulma growled as she began to make dinner. As Bulma and Gohan were talking to one another, Trunks looked at Izuku's troubled expression as the young man appeared to be thinking about something. Opening his mouth to ask what was wrong, Izuku did it before anyone else could do so. "Hey Bulma, did you allow someone to work here before I arrived?" Izuku asked, concerned. "Yes, why do you ask?" she asked, confused. "Because I met a woman in the training room today," Izuku said, as Trunks gained a knowing glint in his eyes. "Oh, did you fall for her that easily?" Trunks quipped as Izuku just deadpanned at him, which then grew into a deadpanning blush. "Her name is Vomi Strata. Is she the new person to your crew?" Izuku asked, as Bulma thought about it. "As a matter of fact, yeah. She was hired just a few months before you came here. Crazy how things just align, right?" Bulma asked, as Izuku thought about it more closely. "Yeah, how long will it take for the whole time machine to be ready for another use?" Gohan asked. "That should take another day, Gohan, but by tomorrow you all should be able to head to the past," Bulma said, with a smirk. Chapter text. The next day Bulma was shown working on the time machine far faster than she was beforehand. She had a fire in her soul that willed her to complete her task, since by now it must have been around 3 years since Trunks had last met the people who lived back then. Once she had managed to get the seating arranged, she called Izuku, Gohan and Trunks over so that they all could be prepared for heading into the past. She had even refueled the time machine so it could be used once more. She watched as Trunks turned the machine on and the ship flew high into the air as the small parts on the side of the dome began to twist around it counterclockwise. Bulma let out a smile as she watched the time machine disappear from the future as she looked behind her to find Vomi looking at what she was doing. The young woman was staring at what she created in awe as Bulma brought the woman along with her to make a new project for the two of them to make together just so that they can prepare for the future. With the boys they were watching as time looped around them all. Blue lights as well as stars moved past them as they made their way into the past to begin their hunt for the androids. Within minutes they arrived in the past, 3 years having been passed as they landed in the wasteland. Taking in the area, they found that nothing seemed to be amiss, but felt a key dramatically fall in the distance. Gohan, however, knew whose key it was that he sensed as he rushed towards the area. Izuku and Trunks weren't far behind as they flew over to where the multitude of keys were gathering as the key they initially felt falling quickly increased just as fast as it had when it was dropping. 5 minutes had passed and they all arrived at the location for where a group of people had been standing around. They looked slightly miffed and angry about what had happened previously, but as soon as they all landed nearby, Gohan and Trunks had looked at an old guy who was nearby with confusion. "Who is that guy?" Gohan asked, as a green man looked at him in question. "What are you talking about?" "He's the android," the green man stated as Gohan shook his head. "Sorry, but he's not the android that attacked us," Gohan called out, as the green man looked at him confused. "But you told us that 2 androids were going to attack," the green man said, as a 3-eyed man entered the conversation. "And we've been fighting too," he said, entering the conversation. "Yes, I know I said 2 androids, but he's not one of them," Trunks called out, as Izuku touched down next to a young boy whose ki was similar to Gohan. I hope you all know that the androids that you were supposed to go after was Android 17 and 18. Izuku said, to the boy who looked at him with a confused expression. I'm sorry, what? The boy called out as everyone looked at him. What's wrong, Gohan? A small bald man questioned. What? Both Gohans asked, as the bald man looked between the two. I was referring to Gohan. He said, confused. I am Gohan. The two said, as everyone stared at them in shock. Anyway, the androids are androids 17 and 18, this guy is definitely not one of the ones that you were supposed to prepare for. Izuku said, as the old guy spoke up. So you know about those androids. But you will have to stop me from activating them. Sayonara bitches, he called out, rushing off towards the northern mountains. Damn it, we need to stop him from activating the real androids. Gohan called out, rushing off in Super Saiyan. As soon as future Gohan had left the area, Izuku followed after him with Trunks and the others following not far behind. Flying as fast as they could, they finally arrived at the northern mountains, and as far as the eye could see there was nothing but forestry and snow everywhere. Looking with their eyes wasn't doing much to help them, so they split up to search for the elderly android as Izuku flew around the area of an old red ribbon base, something that he'd learned from Bulma during his time resting. As he explored the decrepit base, he found certain things that led to Dr. Gero, the man they were apparently searching for, to wishing for Goku to be dead. And as much as Izuku would rather the man stay alive, he couldn't help but think that everything that happens to the Red Ribbon Army being destroyed by Goku, led to the future timeline being so screwed up. He continued to fly around the area searching for the elderly man android. But couldn't find anything. It wasn't until he came close to an entry area to a cave that he met up with the elderly android of a man as he entered a combat stance. The elderly man rushed him, Izuku using his experience as a vigilante to dodge and weave through the man's attacks that he threw with one arm as well as throwing kicks his direction. Before the elderly android began to worry for his own safety, Izuku managed to grapple him and send him to the ground with a black whip tendril that he could have sworn that he didn't have before. Just call this a gift for all the work you've done for us. I can't wait to see how you can use this quirk in your arsenal of key attacks. Daigoro called out to him in a memory. Okay, I can still use Black Whip, only as a key attack this time. Izuku muttered before he rose his ki as much as possible. The elderly android immediately broke free of his bindings and rushed towards the cave he'd been protecting. Izuku following not long after as he rushed towards the entrance, as it closed behind the elderly android, but he couldn't make it past the door as it closed all the way just in the nick of time. Izuku started to charge a ki blast to break the door as the others began to arrive at the location. Izuku could hear mumblings inside the place, but he blasted the door down just as he and everyone watched as the elderly android, Dr. Gero, was decapitated by another younger man. Izuku was staring at the two young adults inside the room with complete confusion as well as worry, as they were the androids from the future that caused Gohan so much pain and misery, same with Trunks. Almost as fast as he had arrived, Gohan and Trunks immediately let out a blast of power that destroyed the entire cave and hidden lab area just as they had seen the two androids in their sight. As the smoke and debris cleared up, they saw the androids having been capable of dodging the attack and floating in the air with another pod that had a number on it. 16. Izuku looked at Gohan and Trunks as they glared at the two androids that caused them so much grief and pain in the future, as they landed on a nearby mountain and opened the pod. As the pod opened up, a new android came out, although from what Izuku could see, he was far more mechanical than the others. He glanced around the area with his cerulean, blue eyes taking in the entire snowy mountain they were on. He appeared to be scanning everyone as he glanced at each person in the known area. Although, his gaze landed on both Gohans with confusion writ on his features before he schooled them almost as fast as he had confusion showing on it. He turned to the two who had begun to talk to him, and Izuku felt as though something was off about these androids. They were too mellow. Hey 16, how are you doing? The black-haired android questioned. 16 made no reply. Strong and silent type. I never knew that Dr. Gero would ever create someone who looked like a ginger and was mute. 18 quipped as she prepared to leave the area. You got a name other than Android 16, big guy? 17 questioned, with a light tone. Quote, I do not have any other name aside from being designated as Android 16. The android said. So do you have any kind of directive that the old man told you to do? Android 17 asked, curious. My sole purpose in life was to kill the person known as Son Goku. If I cannot do that, I will be incapable of completing my objective. So I would appreciate being given the chance to kill the one known as Son Goku. Android 16 said, as he looked in all directions. All right, let's go do that. 17 said, with a shrug. As Izuku watched the trio fly away in a different direction, he took note of how mellow they were compared to the future. They were more like completing an objective rather than wanting to destroy because they had wished to do so. Not only that, but it didn't appear as though they wished to kill all of humanity. Izuku looked at future Gohan as the man was looking as though he were massively confused, astonished as well as very, very worried. Izuku knew the man didn't want his father killed in the past. That would mean that the timeline they were currently in would be placed in a timetable for when the other fighters would be killed early on. That is it. I am sick and tired of being ignored. Vegeta called out, in Super Saiyan form and blasting off after the two. Do you all know where the Dragon Balls are? Izuku asked, as the green man glared at him. Why do you wish to know? The man questioned. I mean, don't you guys want someone who can actually help in the fight against the androids? I was going to wish to become a Saiyan, that means I could become strong enough to help out. Izuku retorted as the green man looked at the others. Are you wanting to use them for other nefarious deeds? The green man asked. No, why would I? I'm only here to help, not destroy anything. Izuku said, as the three-eyed man placed a palm on his head. Don't resist, I'm just seeing if you are telling the truth. He said, as Izuku nodded. Whilst everyone was heading off to fight the androids, Izuku stayed behind with the three-eyed man as he checked all his memories. When he pulled back, he stared at Izuku with a new kind of expression, pride in how strong he'd become without needing a power of his own in such little time. He then prepared to leave when the man called out to him from the sky. If you want the Dragon Balls, go to Capsule Corporation. Bulma should have the Dragon Radar prepared to search for them, but you should probably do it fast. We don't know if Piccolo will survive this fight, the man said, as he left. Izuku stood there staring at where the three-eyed man flew off to. Before shaking his head and blasting off towards Capsule Corporation to get the Dragon Radar, if he was to become a Saiyan, then he would need to do it fast if they weren't capable of overcoming the androids. Arriving at Capsule Corporation, Izuku found Bulma and the smaller Gohan arrive at the same time as him. The trio stared at one another before Izuku spoke to Bulma in a tone that asked kindly for her cooperation. Bulma-san, can you get the Dragon Radar from inside please? I need to use the Dragon Balls right now, Izuku said, as Bulma nodded. I can get that for you. What kind of wish are you going to use the dragon for? Bulma asked, as she got off of Gohan. I am going to use the wish to become a Saiyan, Izuku said, as Gohan looked at him like he was crazy. What, does that mean that you're not one? Gohan asked, curiously. That's correct, I'm a 100% born human. Although I come from a different dimension, I just saved that reality from being destroyed by villains similar to the androids in their cruelty though. Izuku said, as Gohan looked excited. If you're from a parallel universe, then that means multiverse theory is a real thing. He said excitedly. Sure if you want to think of it like that, Izuku said, chuckling. Whilst the two were talking to one another, Bulma had entered Capsule Corp. In order to find the Dragon Radar. And within minutes of leaving the two to talk to one another, she had returned with the Dragon Radar in hand as she looked at Izuku before going back to Gohan. It would be best if you two search for the Dragon Balls, we don't know when they will become inert again. Bulma said, as Izuku nodded, Gohan following after him. For the remainder portion of the morning the two explored the vast planet and searched for each of the 7 Dragon Balls. And once they had been able to collect them entirely, they summoned the dragon, something that Izuku had yet to see in the future timeline, and needless to say, Izuku was very impressed with how large the dragon was. Shenron came out of the Dragon Balls with a massive golden glow surrounding him as he stretched as far as the eye could see in the wasteland, and he looked down at the two who summoned him. You who have collected the 7 Dragon Balls, state your wish and I shall grant it. Shenron called out, as Gohan looked to Izuku. Okay, so I just ask him? Izuku asked, as Gohan nodded happily. Alright, Dragon, can you turn my body into that of a Saiyan? Izuku called out to the dragon who looked at his form. Transform you into a Saiyan. Are you aware that if you do this you can no longer return to the reality that you once called home? Shenron said, in a warning tone. I didn't wish to return back to my home world anyway, it's just not a place I'd rather live. Izuku said, as Shenron gave a glow in his red eyes. I have read your memories from a mere glance. I will transform you into a Saiyan from this universe. But I will add a little extra just this once, because of your bravery in defeating a threat that was able to destroy your world so quickly after you left it. Shenron called out, his eyes glowing for a moment. Gohan watched as Izuku's body glowed ominously as his hair went from being a black and green color when highlighted in the sun. His stature was slightly shorter this time as he was just a bit taller than Gohan right now, and his musculature was now even more pronounced because of all the training he'd done in the past. But to go along with the wish to turn into a Saiyan, Izuku felt something pushing itself to come out of himself as he felt the tingly feeling on his lower back as he looked behind himself. A green and black tail was shown fluttering about behind him as he stared at it in awe. He even felt his features harden slightly. Once the transformation was completed, the glow around the young man had changed and revealed his now Saiyan body. It wasn't as different from what he looked like before, just with more spiky hair, a tail and a larger pool of power to use at the moment. Izuku though could feel the power coursing through his veins. He looked up at the dragon who was looking at Izuku with a small smile on his face as Izuku called out to the dragon itself. Thank you Shenron for this, I hope you have a great rest now. Izuku called out as the dragon gave an OK symbol. Your wish has been granted, farewell. Shenron yelled before glowing ominously as the Dragon Balls rose into the air and blasted into different directions. As Izuku set himself up to see how powerful he really was, he glanced over at Gohan who was admiring his new form. Izuku clenched and unclenched his fists as he stared at his new body and fully turned to look at the young Saiyan hybrid with a smirk on his face. Gohan immediately understood what the young man wanted to do as he entered a combat stance that he'd learned from both his father and Piccolo from the years of training under the Namek. The wind around them blew their hair a bit as they stayed still, staring at the other. Izuku waited until his tail flicked around behind himself before he launched himself at Gohan as the boy immediately did the same towards him and they clashed in the air. The two slammed their arms on one another as they glared into the other's eyes before bouncing off of their wrists and rushed at one another, sending a flurry of attacks at one another. Izuku was just testing the waters of his newfound body as he did what came to mind when it came to fighting the young boy. Gohan didn't disappoint as well as he countered each strike that Izuku threw with surprising power as well as precision as Izuku continued to try and overwhelm the boy. Their fight was causing shockwaves to blast apart some of the ground from the two moving across the sky and attacking the other. Although it was meant to be a spar, Izuku wanted to test his power against the boy who had become a Super Saiyan in the future against the androids, and it showed that the boy was really strong as a kid. The two sent punches and kicks at one another as they sped up their attacks in each other's space. Gohan had thrown a punch towards Izuku's face as he ducked under it and grabbed onto the limb before swinging the boy around in the air before launching him towards the ground. Moving like lightning, he appeared behind the boy as he was about to ready himself to get back in the air as Izuku moved a leg in the air to kick him back upwards, but as Gohan felt the immediate danger behind himself, he vanished from sight. Izuku did the same as massive explosions happened in the air as the two moved across the field back to where they had originally begun their sparring session together. Panting at the other, they stopped their sparring session as they felt a dramatic increase of energy in the direction of Kami's lookout, and it felt familiar to both of them but at the same time different. Stopping their sparring session, the two flew off towards Kami's lookout to see what had happened, and as soon as they got close, a large key signature had zoomed past them, causing them to dodge out of the way of the forces of wind blasting them apart. Gohan at this point in time had begun to laugh in pure elation at what he was feeling now. That's Mr. Piccolo. He's definitely as strong as a Super Saiyan now, but I wonder why he's going to Ginger Town. Gohan asked, curiously as Izuku felt a memory come up for him. Small flashback. Izuku appeared in the new place as he shook his head from the quirk that was used against him. Looking off in the distance he heard someone crying out for help and assisting them out of the nearby rubble of a building. He asked them where the city he's in was, only to get a fearful reply of them stating that it was Ginger Town. Before an explosion happened off in the distance deep in the city as Izuku rushed off after getting the civilian out of the way of harm. Arriving at the scene he saw what he now knows as Gohan looking down at the two androids who gave him so much trouble. Flashback over. Do you think there's someone there that has caused Piccolo-san to head in that direction? Izuku asked, as Gohan thought about it. I don't know, I've noticed certain energies dying off there over the last few days. But I thought that they were of old age. Gohan said, as the two finally arrived at Kami's lookout. They found Mr. Popo standing still holding a small staff in his left arm with a very distraught expression on his face. Landing nearby, Mr. Popo heard the two rush over to him with worry and concern writ on their features before he spoke to them as they attempted to speak to him to ask what happened. Kami has been fused together with Piccolo. They have become the nameless Namekian once more, Popo said, as Izuku stared at him in confusion. What do you mean by that? Izuku asked, looking at Gohan who had no clue as well. Kami and Piccolo have merged together, their powers becoming one. Together they were as powerful as a Super Saiyan, but they had split apart with Demon King Piccolo taking most of the power before he became old and decrepit. But because of the fact that Demon King Piccolo never training, he lost all the power he held. The same went for Kami who was the personification of good in the nameless Namekian. Demon King Piccolo was the personification of evil in the nameless Namekian. Now the two have merged together again, with Piccolo's body being the primary one to be used. Popo explained as Izuku sat down. That's a lot to take in. Izuku muttered. Yeah, does that mean Piccolo isn't, himself anymore? Gohan asked, worriedly. He asked to still be called Piccolo. But I'm not sure if I should continue like that anymore. I certainly hope that we get a new guardian soon. The Dragon Balls are now inert, Popo said, as Izuku and Gohan felt their minds freeze at that thought. They're inert? Izuku asked, concerned. Mr. Popo took note of Izuku's appearance as he looked closely at the boy. That was when he realized that the boy used the Dragon Balls before they had gone inert and is now realizing that he had made his wish just in the nick of time. Shaking his head at Izuku he walked over and grabbed onto the boy's tail and yanked it off, causing Izuku to yelp out in agony as he rubbed the lower portion of his back with tears comically falling from his eyes. What was that for? He called out. I will not have another gigantic ape rampaging across the planet. Not like what happened a few years ago, Popo said, grumpily. I didn't even know that Saiyans could do that. Izuku mumbled. Oh yeah, Saiyans get 10 times stronger when they go Great Ape. Although it doesn't really last that long, but at least it gives a power and speed boost. Gohan supplied as Izuku pushed his face into his hands. Well, it's already done. Let's go search for the others. I can sense them moving someone over to a small island, Izuku said, as Gohan nodded. They must be moving, Dad, the boy said, as Izuku looked at Gohan. Who are they moving? Izuku asked, as the two leapt from the lookout. My dad. His name is Son Goku, by the way, Gohan said, as Izuku nodded. Wait, what? He called out, as the two flew across the sky. Chapter text. Izuku and Gohan were seen flying across the sky as they made their way to Kame House. They had sensed the various energies of their allies making their ways over to that place and needed to get there to meet them before the androids would. The two would talk to one another about how the world worked in the past, and Gohan began to tell Izuku about all his problems with how his mother wanted him to study more than train, considering he wanted to be like his father. Izuku understood the reasons that Gohan's mother wanted the boy to be safe but could also see it from his perspective. The boy wanted to be similar to his own father whilst also being his own person with his own ideals, but he kept quiet since he knew nothing about this Gohan or his lifestyle. By the time they both arrived at Kame House, they found the ship holding Goku inside as Izuku assisted those on board with moving the man inside. As Izuku helped the man who looked similar to Goku in only outward appearance, the young Now Saiyan had then sat down in the living room of the old master's house. He watched the news before hearing about some disappearances coming from Ginger Town, the place where Izuku knew that Piccolo was heading before he passed by them both. Looking to Gohan, the boy shook his head as Izuku nodded and just sat still where he was before thinking about something far different. "Hey Gohan, do you want to do some sparring outside?" Izuku asked, curiously. "Are you sure? I'm pretty sure that I'm not as strong as you when it comes to training." Gohan asked before Izuku shook his head. "I know what I want, and I want to try and get you as strong as possible with me. The stronger we can be, the less foes who will show up to try and take over the world," Izuku said, as Gohan thought about it before nodding. Moving outside, the two stared down at one another before they both rushed at their opposition. Izuku threw a wide haymaker as Gohan ducked under it before throwing a gut punch, that Izuku countered with a kick to the boy's legs, knocking his feet out from under him. As soon as Gohan was falling to the ground, Izuku pressed his advantage as he sent another kick at the boy, who twirled around the offending limb before grabbing it and spinning Izuku around as the young man smashed through the ground enough times to create a divot in it before being thrown into the sky. Following after Izuku, Gohan blasted into the sky as he sent a flurry of attacks on Izuku, who was still trying to recuperate from being spun around at least 50 times and regaining his bearings. But as soon as he felt the pain of being attacked by Gohan, that pushed him to be focused back as he vanished from Gohan's sight as he turned around immediately and blocked a punch to his back. As the two smirked at the other, the Saiyan blood in them getting fired up from the small amount of training that they were getting, even if it was minuscule, they bounced away from one another in the air. Powering up to their maximum output, they both launched at one another, creating small shockwaves in the air from the two, just duking it out to their heart's content. As they clashed in the middle, throwing attacks at one another whilst spinning around, they landed a final attack on one another before bouncing backwards in a backflip. Izuku then pulled back a hand as he charged a green ball of energy, with Gohan reciprocating the action with a yellow ball of energy being charged from his forehead as they launched beams of energy at one another. The beams clashed in the air as they both pushed back and forth against one another as both boys were putting their all into this kind of an attack, but just as it was about to reach the most they could do, it was dispelled by an outside source. Standing in front of the two now was Piccolo as the Namekian looked at the two with disappointment. Looking at Izuku first, though, he noticed the boy looked especially guilty as he looked down at him with scrutiny for what he had done in order to make a ruckus near Master Roshi's island. With that amount of intimidation shown to the two, he spoke to them in a tone that demanded attention. "Do you know what you are doing right now?" Piccolo questioned. "I just wanted to get some training in with Gohan." I'm the one to blame, sir," Izuku said, with a bow. "Well, at least you own up to it. Just make sure that your power levels don't get too high. We've got a new threat out there, one who wishes to absorb the androids that we are trying to stop," Piccolo said, as Gohan spoke up. "Does this have anything to do with what happened at Ginger Town?" Gohan asked, as Piccolo nodded. "Just letting you and Izuku know that there is a new threat out there, possibly stronger than the two androids that we are trying to stop. And his goal is to absorb them in order to attain his perfect form. Make sure to keep a lookout for if he arrives near the island," Piccolo said, flying off as the two boys landed on the ground. Just as Izuku went inside to get a nap in order to rest up for another set of training, Gohan had received a call from Bulma asking him to head over to the outskirts of Ginger Town, and to bring along Trunks with him. Unaware of the horror they were about to come up upon. As for Izuku, he remained at Kame House in the event that whoever this monstrosity is, comes for Goku instead of the androids for a little snack, although he didn't know how long he himself would hold out for. But he would make sure that Goku is protected from any and all threats to his recovering health and make sure that he recovers from his injury. As Gohan left Kame House, Izuku was in the kitchen making something for those who were sleeping in the living room as Piccolo grunted at the television. It talked about how certain cities were losing all its inhabitants except for the clothing that remained of those who used to live in those specific cities, as if it were a mere ghost town. As Izuku was preparing to make dinner for a while longer, they heard movement outside and walked over towards it before seeing Goku actually standing around and looking extremely healthy. Izuku pulled out his lunch for Goku, who stared at it with a surprising amount of restraint as he ate it in front of everyone before speaking to them all. Hey guys, I hope you all haven't been worrying about me for too long. Just don't mind me, I'm going to take Izuku and get Gohan. Goku said, as Izuku looked at Goku confusingly before a palm rested on his head. And literally a moment later, Izuku had disappeared from the area with Goku as everyone just watched in exasperation. They kept forgetting that Goku can instantaneously teleport to wherever he wishes ever since he came back from planet Yardrat, but they wouldn't have it any other way as the man was one of the strongest fighters on the planet currently. And as Izuku and Goku appeared on a ship nearby, Izuku was looking even more confused before Goku grabbed future Gohan as well as present Gohan as Izuku pressed his palm on Goku's back as they teleported away again. This time in the wasteland as Vegeta was staring off into the distance, with Trunks not too far behind the man just pleading his father to just train with him. But there was literally no kind of headway in that department as Izuku just decided to stay near future Gohan as he had no idea what was happening and decided to not voice it. Future Gohan did the same as he waited for Goku to finish what he was planning on doing over near Vegeta as the two conversed in quiet without anyone hearing a thing about what was being stated between the two Saiyans. Izuku looked at future Trunks with confusion as the young man stood up and moved near them before Goku and Vegeta made their way over to the small group of Gohans, Izuku and Trunks. Alright everyone, I know where we can get a year's worth of training in a day. Let's head to the, Goku said, before teleporting everyone to the lookout. The hyperbolic time chamber, Popo said, as Goku looked at him weirdly. Really, I thought it was called the Room of Spirit and Time. Goku asked, as Popo spoke again. That was because you kept getting the name of it wrong. Popo retorted, as Goku spoke back. Nah, I'm sure that I can get it. Goku said, before speaking. Hypebonic rhyme chamber. Goku called out. Nope, Popo said, as Goku started again. Hyperglycemic crime chamber. Goku said, with a smile. You get one more, Popo said, in a warning tone. Hypebonic lion's chamber. Goku said, with a satisfied tone. Anyway, each hour you spend in there is the equivalent of around at least 2.764 days. Or in Goku terms, 1 day out here, is 1 year in there. Popo said, as Vegeta spoke up. I'll go first with the brat. Come on Trunks, we need to show our power to Kakarot and the brats. Vegeta growled as Trunks moved forwards. I can't wait to begin training with you father. I won't let you down. Trunks said, with ecstatic joy on his face. Everyone waited as the door closed for a bit outside the room. Just wanting to be sure that Vegeta and Trunks couldn't hear what they were about to question as Izuku managed to ask a question that was on all of their minds first. So, how long do you all think he'll last with Vegeta as a sparring partner? Izuku asked, as Goku laughed. I don't know, but all I know is that Trunks is in for one hell of a training session. Goku said, with a smile on his face. I don't know about that dad, Trunks is a Super Saiyan as well. So if anything he might give Vegeta a run for his money. Future Gohan said, as Goku looked at him. What happened to your arm Gohan? Goku asked, looking worriedly at his son from the future. I lost it in a fight against the androids, it was in the future, back when we didn't have a time machine ready. If it weren't for Izuku however, I would have died in Ginger Town in the future, leaving Trunks as the last fighter for the future timeline. I owe the boy my life and I will do everything in my power to make sure that he's as strong as all of us by the time our turn in there is done and over with. Future Gohan spoke with a determined smile. By the way, how did he appear in your world? Goku asked, as future Gohan looked at Izuku. I come from a different dimension Goku-san, I actually hail from a world where there was no Z fighters or androids. The world I come from, everyone except for around 20% of the human population have an ability called a quirk, although I was a part of that minority. Izuku said, scratching the back of his head. I can see where you hold all your resentment for that world then. Goku said, suddenly as Izuku looked at him confused. What are you talking about? Izuku asked, as Goku looked at him with a serious expression. Izuku, have you ever had an outlet for your hidden anger deep within you? I've noticed it a few times whilst I was talking to Vegeta. We could see the amount of anger being held down within your soul. Goku said, kneeling down to Izuku's height. And not really. I've always just held it in, because in my world, the wants of a quirkless individual don't meet the needs of those who are quirked. Izuku said, brushing it off. That's not good, kid. You need an outlet to center that anger on. But I believe that if you were to draw that anger out, you could become a Super Saiyan easily. Goku said, as Izuku nodded. Is there a way to go beyond a Super Saiyan though? From what I can see, Vegeta thought that Super Saiyan was all there was. Is there more beyond that? Izuku asked, as Goku smirked. That's what the time chamber is for, first to find out. Goku said, with a smirk. Over at Kame House, Piccolo was standing guard when the androids finally arrived, walking towards the door. He found 16, 17 and 18 standing outside as the short black-haired android smirked at him with a wave, with 16 and 18 not even glancing at him as Piccolo stood outside and closed the door. Staring at the trio, he took note that 16 definitely wasn't happy as he was glaring at the Namekian with hatred deeply ingrained into his facial features as he spoke out loud for them all to hear. Son Goku. He is not here. Somehow, Son Goku has left the area. Android 16 said, as he scanned the house. That's right, Goku isn't here right now, but I can take you all somewhere if you want to fight. Piccolo said, as he pointed at some nearby islands. Sure, that's fine. I just want to punch something right about now. I've been searching for Son Goku all day, and I'm starting to get mad. Android 17 said, as he, Piccolo, 16 and 18 had flown over to a nearby island that wouldn't blow up Kame House. As the small group flew away, moving over the waters nearby was a cicada bug-like humanoid being. He was searching for the androids as he had amassed enough power to take down both of them at the same time without having himself get killed for just trying to attack and absorb them. As he was about to leave the area near Kame House, he sensed a very high power level nearby on some islands off to the south of his position. Sensing the power for specifics, he noticed that it was Piccolo. But it didn't appear as though he were fighting anyone, unless they didn't have a power level to sense, and that got the bug man chuckling. Ha ha ho ho ho. I see Piccolo is getting himself into trouble. I wonder how he would find me arriving just in the nick of time. Intimidating. Arousing. Or maybe he would feel some kind of fear of the power I have absorbed from this worthless planet of dirt and water. Ha 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 ha. The monstrosity spoke before cackling as he flew in Piccolo's direction. Chapter text. Izuku waited next to future Gohan as the young man was meditating in front of the time chamber's doors. He had been feeling the power of Cell grow exponentially every moment of the entire day that they could sense him, and it was beginning to get worrying. His power had already far exceeded that of Piccolo. So there was no telling how powerful the bio-android from the future could get by absorbing those of this timeline in order to amass power for himself to take them on. It was here that they all noticed Piccolo's power level skyrocket higher than it was previously just to take on nothing. That wasn't right. He wouldn't have his power level skyrocket like this unless he was fighting one of the 3 androids that were searching for Goku. Glancing over at future Gohan, the man showed no signs of acknowledging the fact that his mentor could die here again. But the fact that his face was twitching every now and again meant that the man was definitely conflicted with whether or not he should go and save his mentor from certain death. And as soon as future Gohan opened his eyes and exited his meditative state, he glanced over at Izuku, who was definitely not showing any kind of neutral stance as he stretched his limbs and bolted towards the edge of the lookout. Goku had appeared in front of Izuku as soon as the boy bolted in a bid to stop Izuku from taking off by throwing a punch, but Izuku, after years of learning to fight whilst he had danger sense activated, had dodged the attack and flew off. As Izuku flew down towards the surface of the earth, he felt the power of future Gohan following after him. He wasn't speeding up to catch him, he was staying back as though he was going to overwatch his rescuing of Piccolo from the death that might happen. Within minutes, Izuku had flown across the planet and met up at the island that Piccolo was supposedly fighting the androids on. Floating high in the air, Izuku watched on as Piccolo and 17 fought to their heart's content, and as they continued to fight, Izuku took note of another presence coming closer to the island whilst keeping their power low. As much as Izuku would rather stay and watch Piccolo and 17 fight it out to see who would win between the two, he really needed to buy Piccolo some time to finish his fight. So flying towards where the presence was coming from, Izuku landed near a smaller part of the island where a giant bug monster stood who was watching the fight with a very sadistic smile on his face. Touching down behind the creature, Izuku watched as it took note of his presence, turning around to meet him. Holding his arms out with a widespread length, Izuku took in the creature for what he was worth. "Who are you? I've never seen you in Dr. Gero's data. But no matter, what brings you to this small little island?" "Come to watch the fight between my brother and Piccolo," the creature questioned with a mirth in his slitted eyes. "I sensed your presence coming in, and I am going to buy Piccolo enough time to survive his fight," Izuku said, powering up. I see that. But you are no stronger than Piccolo was before he fused with Kami, and I have far surpassed him in that regard," the creature said, as he chuckled. "Doesn't matter, even if I have to give my life to do it. I will prevent you from interfering with that fight," Izuku said, powering up even more. "I can feel your potential, it has enough to put even the mighty Goku at pause." "No matter, I will make sure you regret fighting me," the creature said, rushing Izuku. As Izuku entered a combat stance, the creature had appeared very large in comparison to the smaller boy who had his tail extended in preparation. As the creature threw the first attack, Izuku ducked under it, before sending an attack of his own towards the creature's vulnerable stomach, who had expertly dodged out of the way with a twirl before sending a kick into the boy's face. As Izuku flew through the ground as he ragdolled across it, he recovered from the attack before sending a ki blast into the creature's face, who just walked right through it as though it were morning brunch. Jumping into the air, Izuku sent a flurry of ki blasts towards the creature as he chuckled at the admirable attempt as he jumped through the attacks. By the time he got up in Izuku's face, he went to dodge out of the way when his ki seemingly acted on its own and created a black whip based on his quirk from his arms that wrapped around the creature. Inevitably, Izuku wasn't going to last very much longer with the newfound ability in his arsenal, but he threw the creature away from himself as he pushed the creature to its weaker limits. Within minutes, Izuku was thrown on the ground deeply injured and feeling as though he really should have trained harder. And as he was kicked through a part of the plateau that was behind the creature, it gained the attention of both Piccolo and 17 as they stared at the young Saiyan boy as though he wasn't supposed to be here. Piccolo, however, took note of the boy's heavily injured state before glancing over where the boy had come from and began to tremble in both shock as well as fear. The creature that had sent Izuku through the plateau had begun to walk over to the two with a sadistic grin on their face before speaking. "Ho ho ho, an admirable attempt to stop me from getting what I want, but a sad attempt at that. Come back at me in the future when you are far stronger than you are now, and maybe then I might take you at a serious thought process," the creature said, before looking to Piccolo. "Ah, it seems that I've revealed myself, and now it's time for me to attain true perfection. It's so nice to see my brothers and sister. Give me about 5 to 10 minutes to deal with the rubbish around here," the creature said, chuckling. How many people?" Piccolo growled out. "Enough. But I have a new question. What's the thing on your face?" the creature asked, curiously. "What are you?" Piccolo went to talk before being cut off by the creature's fist in his face, ragdolling him across the ground. "What the F*** is that thing?" 17 asked as Piccolo picked himself up from the ground with a groan. "He's a walking patronage of the galaxy's strongest fighters. His name is Cell, and he wants to absorb both you and 18 in order to become perfect, and we've been trying to stop him," Piccolo called out, standing tall. "Okay. But that doesn't tell me what he wants with me and 18. Like, what reason other than attaining perfection does he need to absorb me and 18? 17 asked, clearly confused. "All in due time, little brother. But now that we've been reunited, I can now become one with my family," Cell said, as he chuckled even more. All was quiet as a stray energy beam smacked Cell right in the face as his head tilted to the side slightly, and as everyone looked to see who it belonged to, they found Izuku leaning over on the ground, panting heavily. He glared at Cell with a burning passion before he passed out from complete exhaustion as Piccolo and future Gohan had rushed Cell in a bid to stop him from attaining perfection. As the two fought Cell with Android 17 with them, 16 began to step forward, catching 18's attention as she stared at the much taller android who was purely mechanical in nature. 16, what are you doing? She asked, as the android glared at Cell. This Cell must not be allowed to achieve his perfection. Because of that, I will eliminate this, Cell, 16 said, as he walked forwards. Are you sure? I thought you were programmed to kill Son Goku, 18 asked again. This Cell is a being comprised of around 10.87% of Son Goku's DNA, these parameters are acceptable, he said, moving forwards once more. It was about 30 minutes later that Izuku woke up on the tile flooring of the lookout, Piccolo and future Gohan nearby as they cracked their necks. Izuku took in his surroundings before hearing about how Goku had to step in and stop Semi-Perfect Cell from killing both Piccolo and Gohan, although he was deeply confused when Cell took an interest in Izuku's survival. Getting up from the ground, he was given a Senzu beam to heal his injuries. And after gathering everything he knew about the situation, he heard the doors to the time chamber opening up and glanced over to see who was exiting from the room of spirit and time. Vegeta and Trunks were exiting from the chamber, and from the amount of power Izuku could vaguely sense from the two, he knew for a fact that both of them were far stronger than the imperfect Cell he'd faced off earlier, as well as what Piccolo and future Gohan informed him about earlier about Semi-Perfect Cell's new form. From what it appeared, Vegeta alone could be strong enough to destroy Cell from the face of the earth if he decided to not go easy on the creature as well as allow him to achieve perfection. Shaking his head at those bad thoughts, Izuku moved over to future Gohan as the man was openly speaking to Piccolo about the fact that the future was not all good since the defeat of the androids. The two remained in their talkative mood as they thought about their next moves, since they both couldn't handle Semi-Perfect Cell now. So as Vegeta and Trunks flew off with everyone else using the updated Saiyan armor that Bulma had created and put on, Izuku found himself becoming slowly more and more self-conscious about the scars on his body as he changed. Piccolo took note of his reaction to everyone taking a look at all the burn scars on his back and torso, but what got him more was how Piccolo stared at the scars on his lower body. What happened to you, kid? Piccolo asked, concerned. And nothing that already happened in the past, Izuku muttered, looking away whilst putting the armor on. Well, you should probably get a lid on that anger deep within you. The training in the time chamber ought to do that for you. But if you want any more assistance with mental fighting, I'm your guy, Piccolo said, with a suggestion. Sure thing, Piccolo-san, Izuku said, sitting down next to future Gohan. They said nothing as they meditated in silence as they sensed the energies of Vegeta and Trunks moving across the planet in order to find Cell. When a fight broke out, Izuku couldn't fathom the amount of power that Vegeta and Trunks held within their bodies. It was unnatural to him since he came from a world where you have a set limit. But in this world, you are meant to break through the limits that life gives you and surpass them, creating a new height to surpass for yourself. Taking a deep breath, Izuku decided to pull out on his anger and try and release some of it in a way to see if he could transform with that power alone, but the problem was, how was he going to do that? As Izuku was having issues keeping his mental thoughts to himself, Gohan had taken notice of Izuku's growing antsiness. Looking to Piccolo from the corner of his eyes, the two nodded at one another and grabbed the boy as he just looked like a small kitten being held by the two as they flew to the bottom of Korin's tower. Once at the bottom, the two stared at the boy as he looked as though he was guilty for having them sense his inner turmoil before both sighed, and Gohan spoke to him with the authority of a master. All right, kid, I can sense what you were trying to do. And it's not going to work like how you thought. In order to become a Super Saiyan, you need to experience the pain of loss and get angry enough to wish pain on the person who took someone from you, Gohan said, as Piccolo nodded. Yes, I saw Goku transform into a Super Saiyan on Namek. He lost his best friend in order to become a Super Saiyan. How did you become a Super Saiyan, Gohan? Piccolo said, whilst questioning his fellow master. I transformed after feeling your energy leave the living plane in the future timeline. I was so sad and angry at the same time, that I couldn't hold it all in anymore and it exploded, Gohan said with a sad sigh. Alright, so you need to imagine losing someone close to you, someone who you would have done everything in your power to protect, Piccolo said, as Izuku thought about someone. Well, there is my mom. Even if she wasn't around as much as she could in my life, with work and all. Izuku said, as Piccolo nodded. Now imagine her being in a situation where death was the only thing that could happen unless you gained enough power to defeat an opponent who was massively stronger than you were at the time. Once you get a feel for that kind of opponent, then try your hardest to power up. Piccolo stated. As Izuku imagined a situation with his biological mother where he was the only one protecting her, and she was in a life or death situation. As well as an opponent who was massively more powerful than he was, such as Shigaraki Tamura or All for One, hell, even Cell, he thought about the many ways for her to die and that it would be all his fault. But for some reason nothing was happening, he couldn't feel any anger or sadness even begin to enter his mind, it was as though he didn't really care for her. Looking at the two he just shook his head as though it would inform them about the problem he was having. That was when Gohan stated something different. Alright, if your biological mother is not a way for you to become stronger, then how about Bulma? Gohan questioned as the effect was immediate. Izuku's eyes narrowed and became much more feral as a flicker of a yellow aura had spread around Izuku. Piccolo and Gohan were watching the scene in front of themselves with a small smile on their faces, but as the two were about to say something different, someone else came by and spoke up. What would happen to those friends of yours in your original world? What would happen if you weren't there in the past for them? Think about what could have happened to those friends of yours who had been saved by your action to rescue them. Imagine you failing to protect them in all but transforming into a Super Saiyan. A familiar voice rang out, causing Piccolo and Gohan to look at who spoke. It was Yajirobe, who was holding a couple of senzu beans as they all watched as Izuku's pupils become pinpricks. The yellow aura surrounded his body as his hair stood up on end before he watched the many ways his classmates and friends could have died had it not been for his interference with a fight. Iida being killed by the hero killer, Asui from Shigaraki's hand early on in their school life, Uraraka and Toga in the wild Pussycats forest. Bakugo when he pushed him out of the way of Shigaraki's attack that would have pierced through his body. Each and every single one of them were shown in flashes across Izuku's mind as their dead bodies laid on the ground. Blood splattered around them for most, and for Uraraka, her blood being beeped out of her body until her eyes glazed over dead on the ground, and as green sparks of electricity sparked around him, Piccolo and Gohan pulled an arm in front of their eyes. Izuku screamed as his hair turned yellow. He stood slightly taller now as a yellow-teal colored aura surrounded him. His hair was a golden yellow hue as it stood in a slightly curled spiky way. His musculature had increased in size as it filled out the armor far more than it did without his transformation, and his power continued to soar higher and higher all the way until it finally reached the point of which Izuku was at maximum output. As Izuku continued to stay like that, his anger and sadness had blinded him in the moment as he just stood there panting heavily from not taking another breath of air before he stared at Piccolo and Gohan. The two were staring at the boy in awe as they sensed his power. Surprisingly, it was far stronger than Goku was on Namek. Especially considering the fact that the boy was only slightly more powerful than Goku's base power on Namek when he fought Final Form Frieza until he tried to blow up the planet itself. Izuku glared at the two before rushing at them both. Yajirobe immediately scuttled up the tower in order to escape the fight that was going to happen between the trio. Throwing a wild haymaker at Gohan, the young adult had dodged under the extended arm before grabbing onto it and swinging him around in a circle and tossing him off into the distance. Piccolo was completely confused as to why Izuku was just straight up attacking them, but they didn't have time to question it further as he arrived again. He sent a kick this time at the two who dodged the attack swiftly and sent a harsh attack into his stomach, causing him to cough up some spittle and stumble backwards as Piccolo appeared behind him and used a karate chop on his neck. The effect immediate as Izuku dropped out of Super Saiyan as he fell to the ground unconscious as Gohan and Piccolo stared at one another in confusion and shock. That was more than just anger and sadness, that was pure fear. Gohan stated as he stared at the boy on the ground. Well, it looks like I will be needed in both of your training sessions. Because if his mind is this screwed, then we will need to find a way to increase its fortitude before it's too late for him to defend himself mentally. He's got the strength and spirit down pat, but when it comes down to his mentality, he will need some help. Piccolo surmised as the two flew up to the lookout. Chapter text. As Gohan, Piccolo and Izuku return back to the lookout, they touch down when they feel a massive power enter the planet's surface. And rushing over towards the edge of the lookout, they feel the power of this new threat and quickly find out that it is Cell. And the monster had managed to absorb Android 18 and had finally become perfect, with him actually managing to defeat both Vegeta and Trunks as their ascended Super Saiyan transformations failed to put down the threat, along with their very questionable choices on the way. Looking at one another, they could only hope that Cell doesn't decide to destroy the planet with the amount of power he holds now. They rushed over back to where Popo stood as the door to the time chamber opened up as Goku and the present-day Gohan exit through the door, although there is something off about the two. They are standing in their Super Saiyan forms, not even struggling to keep it up or on at all, as if they had completely mastered the form without any kind of issues. When Piccolo senses the power of Goku, he is completely confused as to why Goku is so powerful when only a day had passed. Even with a full year of training, he'd never gained this much power. But the one with an even more higher power boost was the present Gohan. From what future Gohan could sense, his past self's power far exceeded that of Goku's. So much that when he compared the two, it was as though a massive gap between the two was formed during the year of training, which brought up a question for the future variant. How much stronger did his past self get in order to become so strong that his father would have a problem in fighting him for the entire fight? Izuku, however, chose this moment to wake up from his impromptu knockout session from Piccolo as he took in the forms of Goku and Gohan. "Hey, you've managed to control Super Saiyan. I didn't think that was possible," Izuku said, as present Gohan smiled. "Yeah, Dad managed to make sure that I was trained to become a Super Saiyan. Then we spent the rest of the time just training to maintain the form from being lost. Now we can use it for however long we wish without any loss in stamina," Gohan called out happily. As the two boys nerded out together, Goku walked over to Piccolo and future Gohan, who were accompanied by Vegeta and Trunks on the lookout. They stared at one another before giving each other a questionary glance, although Vegeta was merely being moody in the corner for not even thinking about that whilst he was training in the time chamber himself. Goku was prepared to head home when future Gohan and Piccolo looked at one another as Piccolo spoke for the two of them as they gave Goku a serious expression that demanded to be listened to. "Goku, since you have finally left the time chamber, do you think that you can defeat Cell?" Piccolo questioned, trepidation hidden behind his cold exterior. "Well, I don't know. For as long as I know, I'm not sure that I can beat him. How about I go check?" Goku said, as he instantly disappeared from their location with a resounding pop. The group waited for a small amount of time, all of like 15 minutes before Goku returned with nothing more than a smile on his face. He gave a glance at everyone before calling Gohan over, who quickly rushed towards his father and stood by his side as he gave everyone a cursory glance before finally landing on Izuku. He could sense the boy had transformed into a Super Saiyan and was smiling even more than he was before as he chuckled at Izuku before giving a look to Piccolo. "Yeah, I'm not as strong as Cell currently is. For all I know, he is probably hiding around 80% of his full power from me at the moment. I won't know until I'm fighting him," Goku said, before tilting his head. "Did he say when he was going to fight anyone?" Goku asked, as the television turned on at that perfect moment. On the television, Cell appeared in a news station as he smirked at them all with nothing more than a sadistic smirk on his face. Everyone in the station was screaming at him in fear that they'd die from his appearance when he began to speak towards those who were recording the event of the evening news. "Hello, citizens of the Earth, as you may have realized. I am Cell. You have probably remembered me from the cities that had disappeared over time over the past week and a half, as I had gone to those cities and absorbed them into my biomass to increase my power. But that is beside the point, because I am here to make an announcement to the whole world. I am holding a tournament in order to decide the fate of your pitiful world. Have your strongest fighters come over to these coordinates that will be shown after this message is given and have them fight me to the fullest extent. However, if none of your planet's pitiful fighters cannot defeat me, I will literally destroy the planet and move on to destroy the entire solar system present in the known galaxy," Cell said, as he stared at the camera before taking a deep breath. "So if you all want a small piece of Demonstration, then here it is. Cell said, pointing his hand at a representation of the earth behind him. As soon as a small blast of ki formed in his hands, the screaming became far worse as Cell destroyed the representation of the planet as well as a major portion of the city behind himself. And as he chuckled at the camera, he merely spoke in an even and calm tone towards those watching at their homes around the world. Now, keep that in mind and I hope you all have a great 7 days. The Cell Games will officially begin on Sunday of next week, and feel free to pray to your God. But spoilers, I won't be listening, Cell said, with a chuckle before flying off in the direction of which he destroyed the city. Damn it, he just destroyed an entire city of people. He will pay for that. Izuku growled angrily as he subconsciously transformed into a Super Saiyan. Izuku, calm down. You need to rein in your anger at the moment, it will not get you anywhere. Gohan said, as he placed his only palm on Izuku's shoulder. Sorry, that was just an unnecessary number of lost lives. Izuku said, looking down. Don't worry, our turn is next in the time chamber. Now that you know how to transform into a Super Saiyan, all we need to do is learn how to utilize it completely without any kind of worry. Let's go, Piccolo, future Gohan said, whilst walking down the hall with Izuku and Piccolo following suit. Entering the room for quite literally the second time in his life since appearing in this universe timeline, Izuku began to do some breathing exercises. All before he looked at Gohan and Piccolo, who were looking at one another as though they were preparing for something big to do with Izuku. He was about to ask them what they were thinking about when Piccolo spoke up and began to inform him about what they plan on doing with him and what he should prepare for mentally in the future. Alright kid, you will need to focus your time on increasing your mental fortitude. While we are doing that, you will need to get used to your Saiyan genetics, because face it, you will begin to look at fights as something to relish soon. And we need to beat that mentality away from you so that you can prevent enemies from attaining more power to hopefully defeat you and anyone you care for in the future. Piccolo said, as he sat down in front of Izuku. So what are we going to do? Izuku asked, sitting across from the man. We are going to delve into your mind, see what makes you angry the most and expel it from your body. Our mission is to make sure that you can never be taken advantage of mentally in a potential fight in the future. Not only that, but our other mission is to make you powerful enough that if Gohan here dies in the original timeline that you both live in, you and Trunks will be capable of defending the future without his presence. Piccolo said, as Gohan interjected. Not that I'd give the enemy that kills me the chance to do that. But anyway, me and Piccolo are going to need your permission to root around in your memories, see what we can tell can anger you to beyond anything we can ever imagine, and try and take those memories and turn them into something that you can use to draw out your power. You fight defensively from what I can tell, and I intend on making sure that even if you are fighting on the defensive side of things, you can still be on the offensive. Gohan said, as the two meditated. Izuku entered a meditative stance as well as he sat cross-legged on the floor of the time chamber. He relinquished all his memories that had been held back due to the life he was forced to live in his world, one where Gohan and Trunks never existed. As he felt future Gohan and Piccolo pry into his mind, he willingly allowed them entrance into his mindscape as he formed a vestige world of his own as Piccolo and Gohan's forms appeared there. Izuku stood in front of them as a mere 4-year-old boy, something that Piccolo and Gohan took immediate notice of as they moved closer to him as Izuku sat on the ground with his legs to his chest. This was not something the two men had seen from Izuku from all the interactions they've had with the boy. Looking behind him, however, brought them to see why he was acting in this manner, as floating behind him was a memory that changed everything in his life forever. Ranging from the life he lived as a quirkless individual for 14 years of his life all the way until he reached into UA High School, Izuku's life had not been too kind towards him, even if there were a lot of peaceful times. Piccolo and Gohan looked at the little boy as they both stepped into the memory that Izuku kept hidden from everything and everyone. Walking through the flimsy walls of his deepest-rooted memory, they found themselves within a doctor's office, something that threw them off completely for a horrible memory that Izuku could recall. What about a doctor's visit makes this a horrible memory, especially for a kid? Piccolo questioned, as Gohan shrugged. I don't know, but whatever it is, it's important. Let's see what happens, Gohan said, as Piccolo could only nod. They didn't have to wait long as a portly slightly elderly man entered the room with a bushy mustache and had goggles that covered what his eyes were. He entered the room before sitting down in a roller chair as he stared at what appeared to be Izuku's mother, as she was far younger than what Izuku mentioned from the last time he'd seen the woman. As Inko Midoriya stared at the doctor in worry, the man spoke in a tone that denied any kind of hope for her son and his potential future that was not to pass based on what Gohan knew. "Mrs. Midoriya, I'm afraid to say that your son is quirkless. There's no hope for him to ever get a quirk in his life," the elderly man said, with a nonchalant attitude. "But why? Both his father and I are fourth-generation quirk users. There can't be a way that my son is physically and medically quirkless," Inko said, in a very concerned tone. "Ma'am, I've been a doctor for well over 100 years. I've got a longevity quirk, by the way, and in all my time of studying quirks, I've noticed one glaring fact about those who are quirkless in this day and age. You see this extra appendage on the boy's pinky toe?" the doctor questioned, using a small poking stick to point at a glaring additional piece of bone protruding from the boy's pinky toe. I can see that. But what does it have to do with Izuku being quirkless?" Inko asked, very deeply concerned. "From all my life of studying quirks, you get to learn a few tells about a child's potential ability to wield a quirk. And the lack of an extra joint in one's pinky toe is one glaring fact of those who gain a quirk. Those who have this extra appendage in the bone, then it is a surefire way of making sure that one cannot get a quirk, nor can one ever even manifest one through any kind of trauma, no matter how daring. Not only that, but in order to have the ability to manifest a quirk, even at a later date, is with a quirk genome hidden within one's own DNA. I haven't found anything of the sort," the doctor said, before looking at the woman tiredly. "I have spent years on learning about quirks. Just know this, there's no way your son can ever gain a quirk. But can you please leave? I need to get on with the next appointment," the doctor said, as he left. Piccolo and Gohan could only stare on in shock at how the doctor had been portrayed in this memory. And not only did the doctor not even seem to care about the family he just ruined the lives of, but it appears as though Izuku was not the person at the top of his list of people he needed to take care of that day. As they prepared to ask the little boy, who had just now appeared in front of them, if he would like to stop, they found themselves in a small room filled to the brim with All Might merchandise. Piccolo just stared with a deadpan expression as well as a sweat drop falling down his face until they saw the boy sitting in a better rolling chair as the door behind them opened up. Nothing was stated as Inko walked into the bedroom with a fearful expression taking over her facial features. The little boy that was Izuku appeared next to them now as he stared at the scene with an uncaring expression as a stray tear fell from his eye as his mother got ready to ask him about dinner. Only to be interrupted by his past self turning around in the chair and staring at his mother with large amounts of tears falling from his eyes as he spoke in a tone that was on the brink of giving up. He's so cool. I wanna become a hero like him. Do you think that I can be a hero too?" Izuku's childlike voice asked, as Gohan looked at Inko. "I'm sorry Izuku, I'm so sorry," Inko called out, sobbing as she pulled the boy into her embrace. Gohan and Piccolo watched as the smaller Izuku stood in front of them staring at the scene that had them taken aback. His mother never even believed in the fact that her son could become a hero like the man in the video was, not even a single ounce of faith in her son to at least try and become a hero. That was a new low when it came to learning about the boy in front of them, and Izuku turned around to stare into both of their eyes as he spoke to them. "This is the deepest memory I have, between you and me. It's not that bad compared to the rest of them, although, this is what set me down the path for heroism even more. To at least prove it to her that even without a quirk, I could still be similar in some kind of way to All Might, the hero I idolized for my entire childhood," Izuku said, staring at the scene as it changed. "Beats that my life gets worse after this somewhat bad memory," Izuku said, as Piccolo took note of the tone. The trio were now in a park as they saw a slightly taller Izuku walking around the park with a calm exterior expression on his face. That was until an explosion had sounded off in the distance that the Izuku in the memory took note of and rushed over to the scene that made both Piccolo and Gohan smile at how Izuku took stock of the situation. The blonde-haired boy, who Gohan supplied was Bakugo Katsuki, a boy who would be seen a lot later on in these memories apparently. They watched as the toddler Izuku ran in front of a boy in a maroon-colored shirt and blue shorts sitting on the ground holding their arm in pain as Izuku pushed his arms out in a protective stance not unfamiliar to Piccolo. "That's the same pose I used to protect you when you were a mere 6-year-old. Piccolo mused, as Gohan chuckled. "Yeah, and you also died using it," Gohan retorted before they heard a small scuffle. The blonde boy had angrily slammed a palm over a fist creating a small explosion causing the clearly smaller Izuku to tremble slightly before assuming a fighting stance. "Kachan, you shouldn't do that. He didn't mean it," Izuku called out, his childlike voice scratchy and a bit high. "What are you going to do about it, Deku? You're quirkless, there's no way a quirkless can beat me. Are you looking down on me?" the blonde boy questioned angrily. I'm not looking down on you at all. I am protecting this guy from you, what you are doing. I won't forgive you. If you don't stop then I'll stop you myself," Izuku called back at the boy. "Oh really? But who will protect you?" Katsuki grinned as both Piccolo and Gohan watched in horror as the trio of boys teamed up on Izuku. The memory flashed a bit to the end of the fight as Izuku's body lay on the ground, scuffed and burned badly. The boy cringed as he tried to get up before sitting upright before a couple of tears fell from his eyes before he wiped them away before he muttered to himself, which appeared to be something that he told himself a lot. He won't win. Just because I'm quirkless, doesn't mean that I can't become a hero. I just have to try harder," the boy mumbled before standing up with a slight limp and walking away. The scene changed to another day, as Izuku appeared much older than before. He stood at 4 feet 11 and he was laying on the ground in this memory, and the boy was looking up with half-lidded eyes at the boy who stood over him who was glaring down at him with a sadistic smile. He spoke in a muffled tone, but Piccolo and Gohan could clearly hear it as the boy spoke to Izuku in a very malicious tone. "You know, I've loved taking my anger out on you. You are just the perfect punching bag, and the best part, you don't break as easily as everyone else does." Katsuki cackled before walking away. "Good luck surviving another day, Deku. I might need to use you again," Katsuki said, as he left the area. "Yeah, make sure to not cross his path again, Deku. Remember this is his turf," a lackey said, kicking the boy's stomach. "Ow," Izuku groaned as he held his stomach. Piccolo and Gohan watched this memory further as they couldn't help but notice that Katsuki's actions towards Izuku had worsened over the years. He went from what appeared to be mere slanderous words to more of a beatdown based on the number of injuries Izuku in this memory was holding under his clothing as he stood up slightly. That was when a hero took notice of the boy as he rushed on the scene before taking in his appearance. Once giving the boy a checkup, they watched as the man asked for Izuku's identification. And once the boy gave it, the demeanor of the hero had changed almost as fast as he had gone to assist Izuku to get up from the ground. His unusual smile had changed into a sneer before he placed the card back in Izuku's palm as the boy looked up at him with half-lidded eyes clearly battling the feeling of falling unconscious. "Sorry kid, but I need to spend my time elsewhere. I can't be seen supporting a quirkless," he said, before rushing off. The next few memories had heroes of similar nature stating the same thing but a different way. Sometimes they were extremely blunt and informed the boy that if they see him in their area again that they wouldn't hesitate to mark him off as a villain for how he looked. Gohan and Piccolo could now see why the boy was so naive in his heroic nature. He had ingrained it himself into his mind that if he did anything he could at least be of help to at least one person. It didn't matter if the person particularly liked him, just as long as he bought them enough time to escape without them either dying or being taken, it was worth it. They exited the mindscape of memories within Izuku as they now stood in his vestige world. Izuku was back in his young adult form as he looked at his two mentors before looking at his palm. The two left the whole mindscape before Izuku opened his eyes as everyone looked at one another as Piccolo spoke up. "I think that is enough mental prying. We need to get right into training," Piccolo said, as he stood up taking off his weighted clothing. "I am of the same thoughts," Gohan said, as he cracked his neck. "So what am I supposed to do?" Izuku asked, as Piccolo looked at him. "You need to reveal to me your full power once more and we can go from there. After that, Keep Super Saiyan up for as long as possible. Piccolo said, as he looked at Gohan. You are going to be training with him. Piccolo stated as the two Saiyans stood across from one another. The two stared at one another in Super Saiyan, the non-existent wind blowing around in the room. Then all of a sudden, the two disappeared from sight and reappeared in the sky, clashing in the air with their arms clashing, creating a shockwave. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.